3 coplanar points, and bam, there's the radius of the Earth.
On the level.
The way I phrase it is a monument to the curvature of the Earth. It really is.
Level.
It really is.
Level.
And bam, there's the radius of the Earth.
Flat Earth Bane has sent me a private message. I think he missed what George had written. So I think his reaction was because he didn't actually know what George had written. So I've just told him that it's back in the general. So he might have a different opinion once he actually reads.
They were all around
written.
when it was being written. They knew.
Oh, were they? Okay. He knew?
Yeah. Oh, without a
He
doubt.
said, oh, was it in voice chat? And I said, no, he's written it. It's typed there for everyone to see.
Flat Earth Bane is an idiot. That's Chunky Butt Boy.
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yep.
Ah, okay. That makes sense. Oh, here he goes. He's messaged.
Do you know they on YouTube?
He's agreed with me. I said no, it's written back a bit in general. It's awful, Bane. I'm not a nasty person. I don't deserve that, no matter what my thoughts on the Earth are. And he's gone, that is true.
Oh, how kind of him to say.
Oh, he'll agree with...
Yeah, but I bet he'd never call him out on it, or...
No, that's why he DM'd you.
George, yeah.
He's not going to put it in public, is he?
Seeing... No.
So what I usually do in that case is go, oh, screenshot, and then I post it in public.
Yeah, I was going to say.
This is what Bane thinks of you.
I think he was acting like he was misunderstanding what I was upset about. He's going, oh, gee, somebody called you a name, so what? Get over it. And I said, no, he's threatened to kill me. Not just call me a name, kill me. And then he messaged me in private instead of asking me, in the public chat what was going on. He's acting like he never saw it, didn't know what George had written, but now he's agreeing that it's wrong. So I said, well, I'm glad you agree, but it'd help if you'd call George out in public. And he's just replying now.
What's up, guys?
Show's on.
What up, dude?
Brandon, how you doing?
What's up? We've got Bev Try Thinking. What's going on, Bev?
What up? Looking forward to
Ryan
tonight.
Mabbott. Hell yeah. A lot of people looking forward to your presentation, Bev. Including myself. Should be cool. Brian Mabbott. What's up, Brian?
Good evening.
We got Emma UK. How you doing, Emma?
I'm good, thank you, Brandon. Good evening.
Good evening. Expose Antarctica. What's going on?
What's going on? How you doing?
Good, man. Paige.
G'day.
Good day. Plague Zero.
Hello, Brandon. Nice. Good evening or morning, afternoon, wherever you are.
Whatever it is. Yeah, it's early evening for me here.
Excellent.
Same to you. Rob Keane. Rob Keane in the shop.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
What's up, Rob? You're always working, man.
Fixing to be a great.
Okay. We got Right the Hand. What's up, Right the Hand? You might be having mic issues. You got a constant green light. Oh, sorry. I cut you off.
I was just saying what's up. Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. And Domesticated Primate. What's up, Primate?
Me, Brandon, how you doing, mate?
Not bad.
Good. Glad to hear it.
Good, man. So, I am looking forward to this presentation. So, Bev, the floor is yours. And I'm going to let you, if you want to share through Discord, and I'll share the screen for the audience, or if you want me to bring something up, whatever, however you prefer it, just let me know.
Okie dokie. Well, Cleary's meant to be coming here and doing the video that we can run over, but at first I'll do a little bit on the camera on the video, right? So I'll switch my camera on if you want to get that on screen.
Oh yeah. Oh, let me say one thing real quickly, and you might have wanted to cover this, Bev, but you got a lot to present, so we're going to try to not derail the conversation. So, not to say that we can't ask questions or stop to make a point during the presentation, but if it gets too involved and turns into a shit show or whatever, I'll step in and say let's save it for the end. But I think you're open to questions and comments during the presentation, Bev.
Yeah, definitely. Like I want to try and make it make sure everybody's with us on this trip today. So have you got that? Cool. Have you got my camera on there?
Yeah, let me just make it bigger for the audience here.
For everyone.
All right, you're all set.
Right. So, for the people, for everybody that may perhaps not know, like this is a water level tool. The two ends of the water level, see, they equalise always. So, put one of them at the front, one of them at the back. They will always equalise to be the same level. That's basically what a water level is. Now it's that level that's in question. That's what we're dealing with here today, and what surveyors do. So all this is a pipe, right? It's a tube with two ends on it, filled with water. This is a water level. Level being horizontal, as known. So, the idea of this is to show you sort of an idea of what we've got planned and what the basis of all of this is. So, this water level here, this establishes a horizontal across there. So the question is how long could you make this water level to falsify the fact that it stays level being horizontal, because there's only 2 points. There's this point, and you draw a straight line between the two. That line would be level. So what we've got, we've got these here. This is 100 meters of pipe. So if you imagine that that 100 meters is here for this little bit. Then you lay out 16 of those 100 meters, you'd end up with 1,600 and, well, 9 you try and end up with, which is a mile. So if you join all of them pipes up together and fill it up with water, you would end up with a level. Now, in order to check that level, you could do this. You put what we have here is this is like a site level, auto level. You see that? I'm not leveling it. But so this is the tool, a level, and you look through and you see a crosshair on the other end. So that's what DP's doing here. And you can turn this through 360 degrees and you would see a horizontal crosshair all the way around. It'll always be horizontal. So when you have your level in the middle of these 100 meters, you can check the level at this end with the level at this end with this tool, and strangely enough you'll find out that the water level equalizes to be a horizontal that can be checked. I mean, it's pretty simple. I mean, nobody's got any problems with that, have they, or any questions? Because it's not difficult, and that's the basic of what you do. So you go, imagine this is 100 meters. This is where your water level is, the junction is, and you've got a T-junction that puts the water level up there, and it equalizes out. So you check that. Then you can move your auto level, pick it up, and move it this side. Move it 100 meters. Then you can level it up with this one, turn it all the way around, and check it with this one here. So you just keep doing that with this auto level, keeps moving along, and it goes all the way along to check the level at the other end, and it's a horizontal all the way across. Now, that is what it always has been to me, and it just makes logical and practical sense that is what happens in reality, and that with differential leveling, that the technique of this auto level, moving from here to here and using a back sight and a foresight, and you swap it over to here, the foresight becomes the back sight, and you just keep moving along. You move that level all the way from one end to the other. Just a practical procedure. I mean, and Dave will know. You know, Rodney's here. Rodney, you don't mind speaking up? That would that be a typical technique of how you would move this level in reality? Because I think
yeah, you explained it perfectly. Yeah, that's what we would do in differential leveling.
Okay. Have we still not got Cleary here?
I do have a question for you while we're waiting for Clary.
Go on.
So between each of the 100-meter sections, you're going to auto level, and that'll show that there's a horizontal between each post. So the 100 meters.
There would never need to be the water level, right? The water level is what we've got to do an extra test. All you would have is a staff like that, and that would be here at these posts, there and there, and you would just take a reading. Well, one of them would become the foresight, and the other one would become the back sight, and then as you moved to the next spot, these would have to be on like a pin or something locked in, you know, so that this doesn't move. As you move this one doesn't move, and that one. So all you're doing is you're moving a measurement. The water level is just one step above, because what we've found is that a lot of people don't. I mean, even surveyors. You ask surveyors, what would be more accurate, the water level or the auto level? They'll tell you they haven't got a clue. They don't know. There's something a bit weird going on, but I mean, this is just logical, practical sense. It just makes sense. And how long could you go and do that for? And to establish a horizontal? Well, I'd say you could do it indefinitely, but other people like to see, as you'll find out later on, they like to sort of add in calculations of reality. Did that explain it? Sorry, I may have rambled a bit then.
No. You did explain it. My only question would be, let's say each of those posts that you have on there, the 3 posts with the water level going up to the top, are A, B, and C from left to right.
Yeah.
What's to say that A and B and C, that there's not an angle between those two?
Right.
What I mean is, how do you know A and C are also on a horizontal? We know A and B would, and B and C would, but how do we know A to C is one long horizontal?
A, B, and C, like that, right? Well, all you do is you blank that off, and you make A to C. That would be your horizontal, right? The water level allows you to do that. You just don't. I mean, like in a water level, it's sort of the same as saying when you have this as your tool, your auto level. Like you're establishing this here as a horizontal point and this here is a horizontal point, but you don't really need to establish that this is a horizontal point in the middle. Whereas the water level acts differently. The water level doesn't really care what happens in the middle. It just transfers the level from one end to the other. Now, if you blank that off, then this becomes the total distance, doesn't it?
Okay, I think I see what you're saying.
Yeah, it will become a bit more clear tonight because this is like a showcase of the Kozlowski curvature conundrum. The problem that does exist. Oh, Clary back.
Hey, Clary, what's up? What did you say?
Well, let me.
My computer is not working at all.
Oh.
Well, that's not good.
Okay. Well, I can.
Is there something I can bring up, Bev, or?
Well, yeah. Do you want to? Yeah, I'll send you the link. I think.
Yeah, sounds good.
Oh. Well, it's on my channel last night. I'll put it in the live stream. Shoot. Oh, we're on the wrong channel. Oh, what are we in? We're in general.
Okay, yeah. Let me open it up then. Okay, I'll drag it over here. Whoops.
Right now, this is set up in. I've hopefully ended up putting it in a sequence of different bits of how the surveyors work and how they do it and how they sort of look at it, and then the couple of the different models, and then the end. So anytime anybody's got any problems or anybody wants to jump in, then let us know and we'll have to open it up. Might be a bit difficult because I'm talking in it as well.
You know what, Bev? The only thing that's going to suck is my audio when I play stuff on my desktop doesn't come through the Discord.
Okay. Do you want me to do it then? Let me see if I can.
Probably would be better so that everybody can hear it. I'll just play Mirror Yours for the audience.
Shout out Nutsack Drop.
It's coming.
Good. Now I'll share this link with the audience just in case they want it for later.
Right. The only problem with this will be that I won't be able to hear anybody really if they talk, so I might have to pause it myself. I don't know how to get it across otherwise. Let me just sort my screen out on my end.
All right, and here's the link for anybody out there later.
Everybody's got computer problems. Plague's had computer problems. Cleary has. Everybody.
Right, is
There we go.
do you want me to do a sound check?
Yeah, okay.
Am I
I see.
sharing? Yeah.
Let me see here. I'm bringing it up right now. Yep, we got it. Go ahead. Yeah, try sound check.
Drops down from the horizontal.
Did you get that?
A little low for us.
Jesse, put it out. I'll give you full volume.
Okay.
Plane at a rate of 8 inches times the distance in miles squared.
I'm not kidding.
How's that?
It's okay. I think I can make it work. I'll just turn it volume up over here.
Okay, well, the sound's coming through my end, so you'll have to shout or something if you want me to stop.
Okay,
And bam.
You ready?
Let's go.
Intro time.
There's the radius of the Earth. 3 coplanar points. But look what I did here. 3 coplanar points. 3 coplanar points.
So why would you want that?
When we say flat,
Yeah.
as just a common parlance way of not saying lots and lots of words, when we say Earth is flat or flat earther, we do mean that you think horizontal is level.
I'm saying, personally, I believe the things that you teach your child, your autistic child, is
How do
psychological
you-
child abuse.
Like that water is level.
No, you teach your child that level is a horizontal plane, which is not true.
Yes.
And
course
the
it is.
implication of that is that you are teaching your child the Earth is flat.
No.
Yes.
Today we have Jesse Kozlowski. Wherever you are when you're talking to flat earthers.
Okay, so that just goes to show at the beginning there that at least two people that I've talked to, if you consider level as being horizontal, then these people will consider you a flat earther. Blatantly say it. They don't care. So that's
You know what? It is coming through a little low, Bev. Is there any way that you can crank up your output volume at all, or is it?
No. Can you perhaps turn
that's
up
the
my
max.
volume through the Discord?
I've actually got you up to 200%. I maxed you out. I maxed out my output.
No, well, I don't know if there's no sound, if that's not going to come through loud enough. I can't really turn anything else up more than that.
There's nothing on your side. Let's see if anybody's complaining in the chat. Not yet, but it sounded pretty low for me. Oh, shoot. What are we going to do here? It's not giving me very much control over your output. That's the problem. I don't know why. Even you sound low right now.
Me? I don't know.
Yeah, because I've been maxed at 200 and it's not even that loud. I don't know what's going on.
Brandon, have you tried turning up the overall Discord volume?
Yeah, I maxed that out too.
Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna have to try something else because I don't want to. Oh, Brian Leakey says it sounds fine, so maybe it's just me. All right, let's go ahead.
Yeah, I've just had a look on the tubes, and I can hear me, so it's just whether the video comes through the sound.
Okay, everybody's saying it sounds good in the chat, so it must just be me. Sorry, guys, didn't mean to derail us there.
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, right. So I'll outline this. This is a series of videos of the what we've heard of the surveyors talking about some of the stuff that they've done and some of the conversations that I've managed to have with the surveyors around the fact of level being horizontal. So, and the methods used in between. Now, I just laid out the methods that I would talk about. Now, this is the other people talking about similar sort of things, okay?
Bring them to Walter's blog. Show them how, take screenshots, post it on social media. Show them how we have literally measured. Jesse
3
has literally
coplanar
measured,
points.
I have literally photographed, and Walter has literally modeled the curvature of the Earth. They all agree, and that's how we know the Earth is a globe. And that's all there's to it. And that's how we know it can't be flat. So please share this information.
And you and I have had this conversation before. We both became aware of flat Earth, jumped in, pretty naively initially.
Right.
I've gone round and round with it, and at this point, I'm thankful for flat Earth because I'm 3 blessed to have a profession that I really enjoy. I love I've loved surveying since getting out of high school. So I've been doing this a long time, and really thought I knew something about it. Well, the research that I've been doing over the past couple of years, I've learned a lot that I just didn't know about, and it's just great. I'm really enjoying it. And if you go on my channel, you'll see I did not set out to debunk flat Earth. I was more about, hey, can I do some measurements that will show me what the shape of the Earth is over this short distance, say a mile, or across some water? Hey, let me try it across a lake. I'll use the lake as a level. Exactly. I've done several of these tests, and you can't fake that. I mean, the observations will reveal the truth of the matter, and especially when you repeat them over and over. And I do that when I've gone out on a weekend to do that. I'll spend the day there, and you're observing in the morning from one side, you go over to the other side, again you observe, and then you do it again in the afternoon. These repeated observations agree with each other, to very high reliability. So I've done long tests and short tests. I've gone down and met with Larry Scott and really owe Larry some time. We really need to do a hangout and show the work we did over the couple of days I was down there on some pretty long lines, 6 miles, 9 miles, 11 miles. And we're planning to do like a 24-mile line. And I mean, really what we're enjoying doing is bringing back old school survey, doing old triangulation, doing solar azimuth observations, which I used to do them all the time in the 80s, but I don't really do it anymore, but I'm going to be doing it. Larry's got a really good method down. He can crank out a solar observation in 5 minutes. Boom. And he's like, and he's a pencil and paper guy, just gets it all down there. It's awesome. So, that's what I'm saying is it's not about debunking flat Earth anymore.
No, it's not. It's really not.
Going back, reading about the history, about how we can't come to know the size and shape of the Earth, looking at what they did, and enjoying kind of I guess some people like to do reenactments of the Civil War, or they like to do anachronistic medieval stuff. I'm enjoying bringing back some of these older methods and exploring them and trying them and seeing if I can do them. So it's fun. I'm having a good time with it. It's good.
Yes. Today we have...
Okay, so we get from that it's a good thing to measure the shape of the Earth. Even going back to doing the old school traditional methods. We would agree, right? Jesse just said that's Jesse Kozlowski, by the way, that he's the top man, and he says it's a good thing to go back and do traditional surveying methods. It's not about debunking anything. It's not what they're there to do. They're just measuring.
They're just enthusiasts of the history of measuring the shape of the Earth now, right?
Yeah. So they'd surely not have any problems with anybody using traditional methods to determine that level is horizontal, would they? I mean, that would be
No, I mean, and that would make sense. Yeah, they should be happy with that we are taking so much interest, right?
That's why I left that in there, just to show that the enthusiasm that these people have for doing traditional methods of surveying. Okay, we'll continue on.
Jesse Kozlowski.
Before we get into that, I'll just make mention of what kind of motivates me to stay involved with this whole flat Earth thing. I guess found out about flat Earth in 2015, and then once I was in, looking at some of this, I made a video called "Geodetic Surveyor Straightens Out the Flat Earth," naively thinking, well, that they just obviously hadn't heard of geodesy, and that'll take care of flat Earth. So instantly after that, videos were coming out about geodesy, and geodetic surveying proves the flat Earth. And over here on the left, we see different surveyors claiming.
I think Jesse just said that he started the trend off about geodetic surveying proves the globe Earth. Jesse just said that. He made the first video, and then shortly after that, all the other videos started coming out.
That they never compute curvature in their work. And that's good enough for a flat earther to just say, well, that means the Earth is flat. Well, it really just means that surveyor does not compute curvature in his work. And there's a lot of surveyors who don't. I mean, they just do what's called plane surveying because they just do a short extent of a survey. Or if they are working on long projects, highway projects and other projects, and they're not doing the calculations, that just means someone else is. So I do what I can to try to help people see this and try to understand the differences here.
That's right. He just said calculations. Or somebody's doing some calculations somewhere, even if the plane surveyors don't. Someone else.
That's part of the geodesy piece of it. That's when they bring in the calculations, correct? When they move from planar to geodesy. Do they use any calculations in planar surveying?
Well, no, because you measure points and distances, right? You can't, after the fact, then make a calculation to determine that those points and distances weren't actually where they were. That would be a bit silly, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that seems like defeats the whole purpose of making a measurement. Yeah.
How would the tools differ between geodetic surveying and planar surveying? I mean, if it's a different surveying system, then surely they should be using different tools.
I guess you could say that the GPS system plots it on a computer. So that's not like an optical measurement tool, is it? Where you have a person looking through and measuring? I don't know. It's a bit hard to say.
So there's no actual ground-based measurements with geodetic surveying there?
Well, I don't know. I'd say all optical surveying tools like auto levels and theodolites and the like of that, where you actually look through it. I mean, that's got to be Euclidean, right? It's got to be planar surveying because you're looking across a horizontal. That's a plane. As we know, all horizontals are parallel to the horizon, so that would make all horizontals parallel. That'd be plane surveying. No curvature in a parallel horizontal. I guess we'll get to that. So the point is that even Jesse says in a bit that a measurement can't alter the position of a point, or neither can optics and looking at it differently. So calculations may be a bit of a wizard word. That may be one of the words he's using at the minute to suggest something that isn't real. I don't know. You judge for yourself, though.
Here, okay. So I'm just waiting for the next flat Earth survey or flat Earth video to come out, and it'll be the globe proves flat Earth. So whatever we bring forward, that ends up being proof of flat Earth.
That is how they do it these days. Yes. They're busy spending their days explaining why their flat plane looks exactly like a globe every time we measure it and photograph it.
But it couldn't be curved. No. So
when we say flat, as just a common parlance way of not saying lots and lots of words, when we say Earth is flat or flat earther, we do mean that you think horizontal is level. So here's the deal. You tell me what you expect to see if the Earth is flat, and then we'll tell you what we expect to see.
Yeah, this is the bit where we went to see the guy from Maine, and George came on as well at McToon's. McToon's decided to speak for the surveyor quite a lot in this, so I'm throwing McToon in because he was speaking for the surveyor that was on the show with us, that we were meant to be having a chat with. So yeah, this is clips from them. The Earth isn't flat, McToon. There is topography. Surveying, right, means that the Earth isn't flat. You measure topography. Ask your guy that's pretending to be a surveyor, right? That's not flat, is it?
Hold on. Let's be clear, Bev. Are you going to just say clearly right now that the Maine surveyor is lying about being a surveyor?
I'm going to say that the surveyors would measure topography. Now that is a change.
Are you going to?
What's up, Rob?
Just to let everybody know that Rodney B, isn't he a surveyor? I would like him to jump in as much as he can.
He came in and he said at the beginning. There's not much to jump in at the minute. This is McToon's speaking for surveyors at the minute. I mean, I think everybody knows that McToon isn't a surveyor. The question is for Jeff at the minute here.
Say
elevation
or stop saying that the Maine surveyor
I don't know.
He'd
have to prove that he's a surveyor, wouldn't he? He would, in order for that, I would need to know he is a surveyor.
Excuse me.
Okay.
Maine surveyor, are you a licensed geodetic surveyor in the state of Maine?
I am a licensed professional surveyor in the state of Maine.
Very good. Okay.
Are you bound by any ethical code or anything of surveyors?
Oh, you like to ask that question, don't you?
That's the first time I've ever asked it, to be honest.
Actually, Bev, you've asked it to me on Twitter.
Oh, yeah, you never answered, did you?
I actually did answer, Bev.
I can't remember. Just remind us.
We have a standards of practice which we must follow.
Yep. Code of ethics, to be honest, to the public and represent your trade.
In Maine statute, it is called a standards of practice.
Okay. And you would be bound by that.
Ethics.
Right?
When performing my professional duties.
Okay. And are you performing your professional duties at the moment?
I am representing the profession of surveying at the moment as an individual.
Okay. Fantastic. So, when we do our test and we establish, first of all, step one would be to establish a horizontal line. Now, can surveyors do that? Over a mile.
We could establish. So listen.
Right, this might be a good point to bring in Rodney right now. A simple question asked to a surveyor, supposed surveyor, I mean. Can you establish a horizontal?
He just messaged me and said that he's having trouble hearing on Discord, so he's going to jump in when the presentation's over.
Oh, is that Rodney? Yeah.
Yeah. He won't hear this for about 30 seconds, but maybe he'll jump in.
Oh, right. Okay. So, I mean, I don't know anybody else. Like, how hard would you imagine it would be for a surveyor to answer that one question? Can a surveyor establish a horizontal?
Surely that's at least part of their job.
I'd say it's the
I
whole
would think that
basis
that'd be-
of their job.
If I'm building something, I would need to ensure that I have a baseline from which to build with, even if what I'm building isn't straight, right? I would need a straight line to measure from, it would seem.
Yeah. And the position of that straight line would be horizontal, right? You know, that would be the best bit because it'd be the most stable foundation for you to build on.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And it is also, like I was saying, the point that I was making when I say I'm not a flat earther because the earth isn't flat. The very fact of what surveyors do, they measure a difference in elevation of the land as a vertical distance, right? That fact means that it isn't flat. And that's the whole what surveyors do. They measure an elevation change. Now that elevation change means it's not flat, but it is an elevation change from a horizontal as a vertical distance, a perpendicular from the base. And the measurement is the vertical. So your base that you're starting off from is the horizontal. That's what level means. That's all I'm saying in this, right? That you measure a vertical change in height from that horizontal. The horizontal is flat. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's definitely a two-dimensional plane, the horizontal. But to say that the Earth is flat, it to me is such a misnomer. You cannot defend that position. You know, when you've got to be as exact as the people that you're talking to require you to be, because they'll pick up on every little tiny mistake. You can't go into an argument with a misnomer. So that's the only reason I say personally that it's not flat.
And we've talked about that quite a bit on this channel. Some people don't like being called flat earthers, and it is a name that we kind of got stuck with, and I think accepted when this resurgence happened. To me, I just think of it as kind of a shorthand for, yeah, we know the Earth isn't flat, but it's not a ball, and it's some kind of plane with ups and downs, hills, valleys, mountains, all that. But not a ball. That's how I think of it in my head. Not perfectly flat, but you're right. They do sometimes attack the use of that term.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, because I'm a literalist, that two-dimensional plane, the horizontal plane, it means a lot to me. Now, that is definitely flat. But the Earth isn't. So, like, my whole argument is based around the horizontal. It's quite hard for me to take the flat Earth, especially when you know that the whole point of them labeling you flat earther is just so that they can ridicule you and maybe threaten to get your children taken off you. You know, with accusations of child abuser, all of that. Maybe threaten you, maybe threaten to choke you out or something like that. Just because the people have grouped you into this group of people called flat earthers.
Now that I think is a good point. It's one of these marketing gimmicks that they do, neurolinguistic programming. The media says it over and over and over again. That's what the president will call someone who doesn't believe in heliocentrism or questions the science that we're given from the government is a flat earther. That's kind of shorthand. They've made it synonymous with dumbass or science denial. That's another one that they're trying to get into the public consciousness. It's you're a science denier, which is about the stupidest couple of words put together that I've ever heard. Science denier. Anyway.
Now they tell you that you can't even think for yourself. You have to trust them about the vaccines. Or
you're a dangerous science denier.
Conspiracy theorists are out there. They're thinky.
You know,
we
there's
need
actually
to-
a
we
program
need-
that. Go ahead, Paige.
Sorry, Brent. I was just going to say, being, coming in this morning and seeing that George had literally typed that he wanted to reach through the computer screen and choke me. He's threatening to kill me because I think differently to what he thinks. How is this acceptable? It's one thing to get frustrated and passionate and call names or say moron or idiot or whatever. It is a whole nother level to wish death upon somebody because they think differently.
It's almost like you smashed his idol in front of him.
If I was gay and George said, I want to reach through that computer screen and choke you because you're gay, he would have the entire world falling down on him, telling him he's, doing the wrong thing. But somehow, because I'm a flat earther, it is okay. I've got Nappy in there telling me I shouldn't cry about it because I give it as good as I get it. Well, no, I don't go that far. I don't wish death upon anybody. This is not acceptable.
No, I agree. I don't understand. Sometimes I don't mean to derail the conversation. Let me just say this, and we'll move on. I don't understand why this is such an emotional issue for so many people on the ball side, and the emotions it brings out is anger, hatred. They just feel completely entitled to ridicule us to the point of making it sound like we're committing some kind of crime for questioning what the establishment tells us. What's up with that?
Yeah, I'm very impressed that there has been a couple of ballers, Aaron and Flat Earth Bane, who have reached out and said, yeah, you're right, that's that is absolutely not acceptable. But I still have others like this Sean saying that I shouldn't be upset about it. Like, excuse me? How much of a disgusting, despicable person would you have to be to allow George wiggle room for what he typed there? Because if I was any other label, if I had had any other label put on me, like, black, gay, Chinese, poor, whatever, any other label other than flat earther, that comment would not be acceptable. So why is it acceptable now?
Yeah, good point. All right, Bev, you better move on. We'll get derailed if we
move on.
Yeah, go on.
We could establish a horizontal line.
Yeah.
The ground will tend to drop away underneath that horizontal line eventually, assuming that the topography is consistent.
Okay, so
like
like say along your along your canal, your canal. If we were to establish a horizontal line at one end and make that horizontal line stay horizontal to that point where it began, then the ground will drop away underneath it eventually.
Okay, so you notice the way he says the ground will drop away from a horizontal. Well, the ground could drop away. I mean, everybody's seen a slope in the ground. The issue is the water level here. This is a surveyor that's talking, and he's talking about the ground dropping away. See, the point what we're doing here is we're getting across. There's a certain group of people that are worth talking to, and there's a certain other group of people that just you'll get nowhere. In fact, you'll end up going backwards, questioning yourself. Simple question was asked to this man: can you establish a horizontal? And this is where we're going. A man that can't answer a simple question. we establish that horizontal and we make it go past the half-mile mark and all the way to a mile mark. So we have one horizontal line across 3 posts. Can a surveyor do that?
If that's what you want the surveyor to establish, the surveyor could establish that, but
Brilliant.
it's not the same as transferring an elevation.
Brilliant. But
Those are two
that
different
can be
things.
done, right? So that can be done. So we can have 3 posts, one at a mile, one at a half mile, and one at the other end, right? With
They'll
all
all be
with
different-
marks
they'll all be
on
diff-
them
they'll-
that will be
they'll
on the
all-
same horizontal.
But different elevation.
Well, just the same horizontal, right? That's all we're
But
interested
different.
in.
But the elevation would have to
But
be different.
yeah, I don't know whether they'd be bothered about the keeping telling me that we were a different elevation or anything. So it can be done. They can put 3 marks on them posts, right?
They'll all be a different elevation.
Well, they would be on a horizontal though. That's all we're bothered about, right?
The surface of the Earth is curved. Therefore,
Did you hear that outburst? When, like I explained at the beginning, you get an auto level and you move a horizontal using a tool that's a level that has a horizontal at one end to the other, and you move the auto level and you get another horizontal. That's what the level does. It establishes the horizontal. Now, through the parallel geometry that we've been dealing with, that should be pretty simple, that if a line is parallel to another line, then a similar line will also be parallel to it. The lines will be parallel to themselves. So a horizontal line is parallel. It can't intersect with itself at all. So when you start off with your establishing a horizontal and you go all the way along, you are just in fact moving that horizontal point to a different position. Any change in the vertical distance, that would be called an elevation change. So saying on the same horizontal means 0 elevation change.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Is this? I'm not a flat earther. Am I allowed to talk here?
Yeah, because anybody can talk, man.
Okay. So your explanation only works if the Earth was flat, because if the surface is curved, when you go to a different place, your horizontal line actually rotates.
Are you saying that horizontals would intersect on a curved surface?
Correct. Yes.
Right. So we can't be on a curved surface then, can we? Because we have geometric rules that state that parallel lines cannot intersect.
Well, they're not parallel.
What, the horizontal lines are not parallel to the horizon? Or they're not parallel to each other?
If you're moving to a different place, they will not be parallel to each other.
Okay. For any other reason you've got for saying that?
Just simple spherical geometry.
Okay, so yeah, you've got a model that's just dictated that you can have parallel lines that intersect.
I'm just simply saying the only way they will be parallel is if it was on a flat surface. If it was on a spherical surface, they wouldn't. They would.
Yeah,
a
horizontal plane is a flat surface. That's what we have established that.
What do you mean by horizontal plane?
I mean, like a plane, as in mathematics, a 2-dimensional surface, a plane, length times breadth. That's flat, right?
In maths, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, so a horizontal plane, in reality, happens to also be flat.
If you are imagining a horizontal plane at a certain point, yeah, and you're making it, as you said, with a level, you're making it basically perpendicular.
Okay. Do you have any surveying practice or qualifications or anything?
No.
No. What is it that makes you come on here and say this? I presume you're going to say that level is a curve.
In surveying, level is a curve. Yes, that's correct.
The horizontal, in reality, is that also a curve?
The horizontal, as you described it, where you take a level or auto level, that would be a straight line.
Okay, so that would be a straight horizontal.
Correct.
May I ask a direct question? It pertains to both the Adelaide and auto levels.
Well, I think these guys were in the middle of a back and forth.
I know. In a sense, it's been. I'll hold for a few minutes till it's done.
Okay, thanks, Jimbo. I just didn't want to derail their discussion.
Well, I mean, I think we're done. He obviously is being dictated to by a model that he has that puts curves in the places of straight lines. I mean, that's understandable, and that's basically what we're going through here tonight. Why this happens, and how this happens, the trick that's been played.
I wouldn't agree that it puts curves where you need to have straight lines. I would say it has straight lines where it needs to have straight lines, and it has curves where it needs to have curves.
You have curved level though already, haven't you?
Correct.
Well, that's a straight line. Level is a straight line on a horizontal plane.
Not in geodetic surveying. It's not a straight line.
What's geodetic surveying?
Well, surveying over long distances.
Like what? Go on. How long a distance?
I don't know.
Okay,
so
you don't really know.
5 miles.
You don't really know.
Well, I don't know the distance where the cutoff would be, but I know
where the cutoff would be. That cutoff, would that be a point where a horizontal line stops being horizontal?
No, horizontal line stays horizontal. Okay. The level is curved.
Okay, so a water level, would that be a tool for establishing a horizontal plane?
Water level, you mean one of those bubble levels?
No, that's a spirit level. Did you watch the beginning of the show or not?
No, I joined.
No, I didn't show you what a water level was.
Do you mean plumb bombs? Plumb bombs or whatever?
No, I mean a water level. I don't know why we're doing this now, because you don't know what you're doing. You're obviously here to just interrupt and talk gibberish.
I'll be quiet.
Thank you.
Can I have my question now?
Go on.
Okay. When you're using a theodolite and you've got your horizontal established and you want to establish a grade, you have a calculator and you got to put it in a mode. Most calculators come defaulting in, degrees. Do you not have to put your calculator into grad mode to do your calculations?
I just use an auto level, really basic shit. We do.
Yeah,
just really basic auto level. There's no calculations needed.
My point is these things measure slopes and grades and not curves.
Auto levels don't. That's why I specifically showed an auto level at the beginning and a water level. Neither of those tools do slopes or grades. They just do
water level
horizontals.
Yeah, it's flat. If it runs 100 feet or 1,000 yards, the water level is going to be level at both ends.
Yeah, horizontal, right?
Ends. Yeah, perfectly.
Okay, well, that's easy. So we can do a horizontal. Thank you.
But if you need a slope for drainage, it's a grade. You don't add in a curve to drain away water on any property anywhere. You don't calculate arc gradients. You calculate gradients when you're working in landscaping, road leveling, making hills, whatever.
Yeah, all distances are calculated as horizontals or verticals. You don't ever calculate a distance on the slope. You always
don't use arc gradient math, period.
Okay, can we carry on?
I'm good.
You
50
can
feet
have
at
a
the beginning
horizontal though, can't you?
will not be 50 feet at the end of the mile.
You can have a horizontal though. That it is possible for surveyors to establish a horizontal over a mile.
Why would you want the surveyor to do that?
Because that's part of the test.
What are you testing in your test?
We're just the level and horizontal, right? Is there? Can you imagine why a surveyor would ask, but why would you want to do that? As in establishing a horizontal. I mean, it sounds absolutely crazy to me to hear a surveyor say that. But why would you want to establish a horizontal? And the clip at the beginning was Jesse Kozlowski saying that the water level will drop away from the horizontal at a rate of 8 inches times the distance in miles squared. So we thought, wouldn't it be a good idea to establish a horizontal and see if the water level drops? So we asked Jeff, who's his Jeff has been trained by Jesse, and he says, well, why would you want to? Again, establishing a horizontal for a surveyor should be a pretty simple job, and it would be for any other surveyor anywhere, apart from a few that you know on YouTube. These people. Is there a connection between the two?
You're testing definitions. That's not how we test definitions.
No, this is a practical test,
with the
right?
You start with the right definition first.
This is a practical test. In reality, we've just established that surveyors, like your profession, supposedly, right? Your friends can establish a horizontal over a 1 mile distance.
Bev, do you think that 50 feet in elevation at the start of the mile is going to be 50 feet and horizontal at the end of the mile?
Do I think that?
I'm asking you that.
Yeah, I probably do. Yeah, let's say yes. I imagine that if there is no change in elevation, that means it is a horizontal. Yes, that's what I imagine. Or, in fact, I know it.
So
you know it.
Yeah. The test. Can we go back to the test, or are you scared of it yet?
Yeah. So, datum, any level surface to which elevations are referred, for example, means sea level. You're going to love this part. Listen up carefully. Also called a datum plane, though not actually a plane.
Okay. Fantastic.
And it has this nice graphic that goes with it that shows mean sea level as an example of a datum, and it shows it as an arc. You explain to me how an arc is horizontal, because you seem to think that mean sea level is horizontal. But here is a surveying textbook, Bev, that explains the principle on which surveyors actually operate every day. Explain how to curve, explaining curvature corrections that must be used. And you are saying it means horizontal. You are wrong, Bev. That's not how surveying works.
Is it licensed geodetic surveyor? Right, so that was the main surveyor, in case you didn't know, telling me that that's not how surveying works. I had to sit through that with McToons. All we've done is we've said we've got a water level test for establishing horizontal. Now, it seems to me that to be able to ask the question of a surveyor, can you establish a horizontal over a mile, should be a pretty simple thing, but it gets difficult, and it gets more and more difficult as we go on here. And this happens with any of the people, as we've just seen come in. They don't know anything about surveying, and yet they're willing to say that level is in fact a curve. And it curves. It must curve away from horizontal, or the horizontal must actually be curved. One or the other. I think you're struggling to go against Euclid but most people don't seem to think that. Sorry, go on.
Oh, excuse me. I thought you were done. Am I understanding correctly that these guys think it's controversial to say that a surveyor establishes a horizontal?
I think so, yeah. Or it's you shouldn't really ask a surveyor to establish a horizontal, is what they're trying to say.
Why would he want to?
I wouldn't say that.
Why would you want to do that bit?
You wouldn't. Sorry, who wouldn't say what?
Parmesan. Why?
Well, I wouldn't say that establishing a horizontal is wrong or anything like that.
Oh, good. Because it's quite easy, and it's what surveyors do. And,
yeah, I agree with that.
And a change in that horizontal, as in within the vertical along that plane, would be a change in elevation. That is, in fact, how they measure elevation changes, is a change from the horizontal, right?
With corrections for curvature if needed, yes.
What do you mean with corrections for curvature? What does that mean?
I mean, they do use corrections, curvature corrections.
No, you measure a horizontal. And where does the correction come in? What do you mean? A correction for what? Not looking correctly or not measuring it correctly? What correction are you imagining?
Just like the person in your video was explaining, it's because level is curved, as per the textbook he was referring to. You would need to make a correction if you have 2 points and you've got a horizontal at one point. You need to work out how much the second point would drop off because of the curvature. To work out its elevation.
So you're saying what you'd do is you'd measure a horizontal and then do some sort of a correction afterwards to work out how much that horizontal would have curved had it been on an imaginary model that you're imagining.
No.
Oh.
The horizontal itself doesn't curve.
Okay, so that when you measure it horizontal then, or you have water and you put it in a device that makes it horizontal, then whenever you make that measurement, it will be a horizontal measurement, right? There'd be no need for you to do a calculation, because a calculation won't alter where those measurements were taken, the points that they were taken at all, will it?
You're taking... you're looking from one point, and if your second point is a mile away, then that second point will have dropped down.
If it's a water level a mile long, are you saying
it would still drop down? Yeah.
The water level? Okay, yeah. So you're saying the water drops. You're going with the Kozlowski nutsack drop. That's very bold. No hump in the middle, just constant drop.
Well, that's how it works
on your model, in your imagination.
I mean, you could say
that's not how it works in reality. I'll tell you that.
Well, I think that's how it works in reality.
It may be how you do your calculations afterwards, but that's not how you measure it in reality. Can I carry on? This might take quite a while if we have to stop and fight up points like this. Yeah, no, he's never actually said that.
No, he's not a geodesic. He's a geodetic.
Okay, sweet. What's the difference?
Geodetic is a word. Geodesic is not what.
Yeah, okay. What's the difference between that and a normal surveyor?
That isn't. My goodness, my focus keeps going out. That is a normal surveyor. A geodetic surveyor is a normal surveyor. Okay. There is a subset of geodetic surveying that they call planar surveying, which that they can't do, the geodetic part.
You notice this is McToons, everybody. If you're just to be aware, McToons in a room with a surveyor that is now explaining what surveyors do. Because McToons is a software engineer. He's like this other guy. They don't know anything about surveying, but they're quite happy to talk about it. They've read books like Rumpus. And
my computer's working.
Hey.
Sorry about that.
No problem. You can jump in.
All right, cool.
I'll carry on.
Of it because they're not
okay.
they're
So
not qualified
what's
and
the
trained.
difference? What's the difference,
What's the
please?
difference?
Yeah.
The difference between a planar surveyor and a geodetic surveyor.
Yeah, to you.
So a planar surveyor can only work in a certain within a certain range because it is because if you get into a larger area, you have to take into account the curvature of the Earth.
What's that? What's that area?
I don't know offhand, but when
I heard
when
it was
surveyor
100 square miles that planar surveyors do, and then anything over that is your other type of surveyors, right?
Yeah, it requires geodetic surveyors if you're over that amount.
Over 100.
But
yeah. Up to 100 square miles, that would be planar surveying, right?
Yeah, so it also depends on the...
See, he just said, up to 100 square miles is planar surveying. So if it's planar surveying for up to 100 square miles, and as Rodney will probably tell you later on, they're state planes in America. You work to a state plane when you do surveying. So all measurements are taken on a plane. So there will never be any curvature.
Yeah, Jesse speaks about the entire state plane of whatever state he's in, Illinois or something.
XYZ coordinates, the Cartesian coordinate system. I mean, they use it later on. Everybody knows what they are: orthogonal, perpendicular axis of the XYZ. That's a plane. There's no curvature to any of those things. But again, McToons is talking here for a supposed surveyor on what the difference between the surveyors are. There's no difference. There's only one type of surveyor that measures reality. There's no difference. They've never been able to say that yet, because they need there to be a difference in between surveyors.
Yeah. Well, there's the YouTube surveyors, and then there's the real surveyors.
They are different types of surveyors, yeah. Okay, carry on.
The margin of error necessary, right? So I suppose if they need a tighter margin of error, then you would not be able to do planar surveying up to 100 square miles. It'd be smaller, depending on the needs.
Or you could just do geodetic surveying all the time and save yourself that trouble.
Oh, so there's no need for planar surveyors then? Is that what you just said?
No. You could save yourself the trouble of having to convert back and forth, worry about, do I do plane surveying here, or do I do geodetic surveying here? Just do geodetic principles all the time and save yourself the problem.
So there is definitely a difference between these surveyors then, right?
Yes.
Okay. So what sort of tools would you say a geodetic surveyor uses instead of a normal, just an average surveyor?
I already said, Bev, a normal surveyor is a geodetic surveyor.
Okay. So an auto level then, what sort of tool would that be?
It's an auto level.
Which type of surveyor would use an auto level?
Any surveyor can use an auto level.
Okay, because it establishes a horizontal plane of reference, right?
It establishes a horizontal plane that you make measurements from, and then you make curvature corrections as you need to.
Curvature corrections within the horizontal plane?
Curvature corrections to your measurements after the fact.
You make curvature corrections to your measurements?
Yes.
Oh. You not just sort of measure what you measure when you look through the scope?
You measure what you measure, you write that down, and then you apply corrections as necessary.
Okay, so when is it necessary for you to apply corrections? Because I've never heard of that.
Well, you can look at the National Geodetic Surveyor. You can look at the National Geodetic Survey manual on geodetic leveling will tell you.
Okay, can you not tell us? Again, I have to point this out. Corrections to a measured point and distance in reality will not alter the positions of anything in reality.
Yeah.
There's a point that you can't use maths, and that point is when you're dealing with reality. You can't have 2 apples and do a sum to make that 3 apples. It just doesn't work. I think that's what Jeff's implying here, right?
Differential leveling with a horizontal measuring instrument done properly will not account for curvature. And when you asked him, when do you factor that in? He never answered that. He left and he never answered that.
Can I add something?
Yeah.
Obviously, other side of the argument. Well, firstly, I'm actually glad that a trained surveyor said almost the same thing as I said, which so that means my understanding of it is accurate. So that's a good.
Whack as his, you mean?
So you presuppose a ball Parmesan, right?
Yeah, that's
you
it.
think you're on a ball. What's that based on?
I mean, that's a whole different question, but I just wanted to add to this bit where he did say that after you make the measurement, you take the measurement of where you see whatever object you're looking at through your either theodolite or whatever. After the fact, you make corrections for curvature to work out the elevation of whatever you're looking at.
No, that's not true.
And the reason you need to do that.
Let's say you're measuring the water level.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what would the corrections alter in the water level, the elevation? Do you think doing a curvature calculation would make the water level raise or lower at either end?
What that would do, doing the correction, is give you the accurate elevation. So if you went to that point that you are looking at through your theodolite and you measured elevation, you would have a more accurate figure by doing the curvature correction. That might be a bit confusing. So let's say
we totally understand what you're saying.
Yeah, we understand what you're trying to say, but you're confusing yourself.
No, you measure a flat piece of land and then you say, well, that's too flat. I want to make a curvature correction. I want to bend it around a ball. Is that what you're trying to say?
No, I was thinking if you have, like you were talking about having a stake in the ground that at a certain height.
Yep.
So if you want both of these stakes to be, let's say, 1 meter off the ground,
no,
you have to
no. You see, I think this happens quite a lot. You keep talking about the ground, right? The ground doesn't matter in this. We are talking about a horizontal. What happens underneath that horizontal, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. There could be a massive canyon. There could be a hill. There could be anything. It doesn't really matter. It wouldn't alter the horizontal that we are establishing, that we are talking about. It is a straight line.
Yeah, so I did misspeak. I should have said elevation rather than not. It's not elevation is obviously not off the ground. It's off the sea level. So that was a mistake. My mistake. But
how do you measure a change in elevation?
Well, this is one of the things that I was.
I'm just no. It's a simple question. How do you measure a change in elevation?
You measure elevation at 2 points.
No, how do you measure a change in elevation?
Well, you measure the elevation at 2 points and then you subtract one from the other.
How do you measure an elevation change? How do you know what elevation you're at?
Well, there are ways of. I don't know how geodetic surveyors do it for exactly.
How
but
would
they
you?
do have
How
ways.
would you do it?
How would I personally do it?
Yeah.
I would have to go and find out where, how to. I'll find some marking for sea level.
You find the datum. Find the datum position,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
And then from there make a measurement for whatever elevation I need.
Yeah, a measure in
Deviation.
any particular direction. This measurement.
Or it would have to be straight up.
Vertical.
From what? Yeah.
From that position where I'm
From horizontal.
Okay, so a vertical change in distance, a height, is a change in elevation.
Well, that's just elevation. I don't see why.
Yeah. So
call it
if you sort of go 400 feet on the horizontal, as in don't go up in the vertical at all, with zero vertical change, would you not call that horizontal?
So let me just understand this correctly. So I started at point A, went up 400 feet, straight up. Yeah.
If you want, yeah.
Went up, let's say.
Let's go up 1 foot. In fact, let's go from the sea level, right? Let's go up a few locks. Let's say 3, and then we're on a surface of water. Let's say a canal at 50 feet above sea level.
Okay. And then we go horizontally in a direction. Doesn't matter which direction.
Along the canal water.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Along a horizontal.
Yeah. The water, in the canal.
Yeah. As I move along the horizontal, my elevation will change.
No, it won't.
Because of the curvature of the earth.
No, because if you don't change in any vertical distance, you aren't changing elevation, are you?
Yes, elevation will change because the
without
sea level.
without altering a vertical height.
Vertical height is different to following along the horizontal.
No, it isn't. If you stay on the same horizontal, that would be a 0 in the. Is it what Y? Oh, yeah, it's the Y-axis. Oh, well, actually, we call it the Z because we'll deal in reality, right? You know, perpendiculars and all of that.
Yeah.
Right, so the XY plane, if that stays at 0 along the Z, then you're not going up any, are you?
In that coordinate system, you wouldn't be. So if you're having it as a flat plane,
it's a plane. It's a plane coordinate system, isn't it? Cartesian plane coordinate system.
Yeah. So
X,
in
Y,
that
Z.
coordinate system, the ground would drop away. So your height from the ground would still change.
Would you be on top of a mountain or something? No, because we're on the canal. Remember, we're on the canal. We're on the canal. We're on the water. We're only got a little dinghy on the canal, and we're going along a horizontal. Are we?
In your coordinate system, yeah.
So the water level is on that XY plane.
No, the water level is curved.
Oh, really? You just said that.
What do you base that on, Parmesan?
The geodetic surveying textbooks.
Oh, so you do know about surveying then? You said earlier you didn't.
I'm not a surveyor. You asked me if I was. I'm not.
But you've read a few textbooks.
I have.
Yeah. We've
taken
had
it upon myself to educate myself a little bit.
So he bases reality on what he reads in a textbook.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yep.
And evidence that I see.
Okay. Like what?
Like geodetic imaging, like tables that are used by surveyors, images that they've taken
Those are
to
different
demonstrate.
versions of textbooks, basically. The things that you're listing are just a different type of the same type of evidence. Or there's a different version of it.
What about photographs that they've made?
Optical distortion, perspective compression, angular size reduction, refraction. That's not measurement.
Yeah, I think we're getting off into the realms of why we're not bothered dealing with this anymore, right? We've got somebody who doesn't know anything about what they're talking about, yet they're willing to say that the water level drops away from a plane, from a horizontal plane of reference. I mean, Jesse Kozlowski's put you into this situation. Right? You don't even realise what situation you're in yet, because if I were to ask you which model do you think you're working off, right at this minute you're working off the water dropping away from you model. But that's ridiculous, and you'll realise it soon, and you'll have to change. So come back later.
I mean, I'm gonna have to disagree, but yeah, just we can carry on.
You're going to have to disagree that your model at the minute isn't the nutsack drop.
What are the calculations that you're trying to make after you find the level in this horizontal plane? You have to explain it. Everyone just says reference frame or these wizardry little keywords, but you have to explain it, how it's doing it. No one can really explain how. They just say, they do it, or it's in a textbook, or this or that, and then we get all these people on here with supposed surveying qualifications, and they don't really explain it at all. So you can't just say these little 2-sentence lines and then expect us to, okay, yeah, I guess it is curving.
Explain which bit I didn't understand the question.
Wow. We're only 17 minutes into this video of an hour and 16 minutes, and we've been going for an hour and a half.
We're there every day, man. You can come by and learn something.
Yeah. We're going to have to get into this, otherwise we're not going to get to the end bit that is the most important. I don't know.
I hate to introduce another distraction, but Esteban Ilabaca did send a super chat. He says, Bev, curvature corrections are required because if you try to match horizontal planes between two locations, they won't match. That's because plumb lines are not parallel due to the surface being curved. Thanks for your super chat, Esteban. You want to reply to that real quickly? I think that's the whole point of the discussion that we're having today, right?
That's intersecting horizontals. I mean, it sounds ridiculous when you say it, but these people with a model will say it quite readily. Like level curves, straight lines curve, parallels intersect, all sorts of silly things.
Parallel.
Yeah, the plumb bobs aren't parallel. That's just based on the model. The model dictates that. Beyond that, they just say it. They just like to say that.
All he said, that super chat was just words. That's all it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've heard them hundreds, thousands of times.
And there was nothing to back those words. Nothing at all.
Just a declaration of faith.
Mm-hmm.
So can we carry on?
Okay.
Most people's confession, it would have cost him less money.
I like that.
Keep those super chats coming in, though, guys. You might be profitable, this Brandon, tonight. They'll have to say something sooner or later.
Yeah, they will.
Can you not tell us?
What is it you want me to tell you?
When the corrections have to be applied?
So, all right. So I think the question Bev was asking was when or how do you apply curvature corrections when you're in the process of doing surveying work?
When you cover a certain distance, you need to start applying curvature corrections if to meet certain accuracy requirements for whatever the project might be.
So can you give an example of what a requirement might be, and then how you'd and what distance might be the right?
Well, actually, plane surveyors do account for curvature anyway in their elevations. So you always need to apply curvature corrections to your elevation. I'm saying that differential leveling techniques done properly will account for curvature automatically when you keep the foresight and the backsight relatively short and equal.
Oh my God, I can't stand that. It's so ridiculous.
He just double talks. He's just said that one, you need to always need to apply corrections, and then in the same thing, I've cut them together. just to show you, that he says they don't need to apply them because it happens automatically.
Yeah, that's
Just
right.
double speak. Always.
But in differential leveling, you're using a horizontal instrument at a short distance, which he'll confirm it has to be a short distance. You can't look 9 miles across the ocean. That's horizontal. Any deviation from that horizontal is elevation change. There's no curvature in there. If there was some curvature, you'd be measuring an elevation change.
You'd have to
But
have
you
a
don't.
distance between your points as well. No measure a known distance between the points that you're measuring, but you don't. You're just transposing that horizontal over the best distance you can see accurately.
Yep.
I don't know why surveyors don't know this, but I mean, it's like we don't deal in advanced stuff at all. We just deal in basics, common sense, logic, basic geometry, basic surveying, basic practical tool use.
Back to the basics.
Yep, back to basics.
Through the entire level. Well, actually, plane surveyors do account for curvature anyway in their elevations. So you always need to apply curvature corrections to your elevation. I'm saying that differential leveling techniques done properly will account for curvature automatically when you keep the foresight and the backsight relatively short and equal through the entire levels. When you're using your theodolite or your total station and you're measuring those distances, you need to apply the 8 inches times the mile squared elevation correction. It's expressed a bit differently.
Right, this is quite interesting. You see on the screen I've put
yeah.
He's got the old one, 8 inches by the miles squared. Now he's going to apply a different one. That's the old one. Jeff's going to explain a new one here. I think he just makes this up, but I've wrote it down for you so you can have a look at it as it's going.
For surveying, because you understand 8 inches times the mile square, we're mixing units there. We've got to have everything in the same units. So the correction becomes 0.024 times feet expressed in thousands. So a mile would be 5.28. And that's squared.
Okay, so that would be the curve. So did you get that? The old one was just 8 inches times the miles in distance squared. Jeff's changed that to 0.024 times 5.28 squared.
Wow. What do we call that now? Jeff math?
I'll put it on the screen there. You can see
What's
that
his justification for changing that? What's
he said that they weren't in the same units. I don't know what he exactly meant, because I mean inches and miles are sort of the same system, but I mean if taken for that, like he wants them at the same unit, well this is a inch and this is a mile, so the one in between is feet.
Yeah.
Right. So this is a mile squared represented at 1,000. This isn't 8 inches represented as feet, because 8 inches. I mean, it would have been ideal because 8 inches is 0.666, isn't it? So I mean, that would have been great. He could have easily got the sixes in there, but so I don't know why he changed that to 0.24. He's like changed the curvature rate. He must have a different size, I think.
Well, it's a lot flatter than the globe heads say. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to ask, could he be changing it from inches to meters? And from
Well, why has he put it at 5.28 feet divided by 1,000? Because that's definitely not the same, is it?
What he's probably doing is that because they're converting it for the the WGS84 model.
Yeah.
Because that's what the state plane coordinates are converted over to if you have to do a conversion, just to make it fit with that model. So
Isn't the WGS84 a horizontal datum?
It's based off of the state plane system.
Yeah.
It's not a vertical datum, right?
No, that's where their curvature math. When they say when they have to do corrections, well, the only time you have to do corrections is when you want to convert the state plane to that model.
Yeah, but doesn't the WGS 84 deal with only the horizontal datum and not the vertical elevation?
We mean not the vertical elevation.
The WGS is the horizontal datum, right? Between a distance between 2 points.
Well, the state plane system that it's based on is a horizontal datum. The WGS 84 is their model, the globe model, but it's not a globe, so that's why they're not using the 8 inches per mile square, because it's a flattened.
Can you see that though? I mean, like the miles squared is 5.28 feet, right? I mean, that works. That calculates out. That's a direct change from miles to feet divided by 1,000. I don't know why he's added that, but surely anything you do here, you also have to do to the 8. Right now, 8 inches expressed as feet is 0.666, and then if you divide it by 1,000 like he did here, you don't end up with 0.24. So
yeah, but the math is probably different for the reference ellipsoid model.
Yeah.
That they use.
So that's a different curvature rate completely, isn't it? Because this number here is different than this number. That means a different curvature rate that he's working off anyway.
Yeah, the reference model they work off of for any practical use it's not a globe; it's the flattened reference ellipsoid.
I just thought I'd point that out because I don't think anybody's ever heard that.
Okay, yeah, I was looking at the WGS 84. It's so jacked up. Yeah.
We got another slight interruption here. Rob Keene, $10 super chat. Bev and the crew are unstoppable. Level is horizontal.
Cheers, Rob. I'm gonna have to carry on, aren't I? Because we will be here all night. But hey, if you're making money on it, Brandon, it might be good.
Feet expressed in thousands. So a mile would be 5.28, and that's squared.
Okay, so that would be the curvature for a certain point, right? Of a imagined radius, right?
It's not imagined.
The test would have a horizontal. We'd have 3 points on 3 posts that are marked as horizontal. Then what we do is the next part, right, is really easy. You just get some hose pipe, right? And you lay it down by the side of these posts. Yeah, that's easy enough, right?
I'm listening.
And we put vials on the end of them, so we effectively turn this water level big long tube. That we'll put a T-junction in the middle of it as well, so we can put it up against each of these posts with the vial, strap them around it, and then we can fill that water level up, can't we?
So are you establishing a horizontal line across that distance, horizontal to the beginning, or are you establishing an elevation, the same elevation?
The surveyors did the... See that, what we just did there? This happens to all the time, right? We're establishing 3 horizontal marks on posts, and as soon as you put a water level up to it, they start fretting about a horizontal, because the water level has to react differently. Some people think the water level drops from the horizontal, so it becomes tricky for them, and this is it back and forwards all the time. Horizontal at the beginning, right? They made 3 marks that were horizontal on 3 posts. They did that.
Who's they?
The surveyors that established the horizontal. That's what we just decided before, right? You remember?
So you're gonna hire some surveyors to come do this?
Yeah, why not? Like
Okay,
professionals.
So you're gonna put in 3 posts, and you're gonna say, okay, start at this post, and I want you to use a horizontal plane.
Yeah.
And mark with the plane, the horizontal plane that's perpendicular to the plumb line, right?
Yep.
Or orthogonal is the better word. Yep. So from post
establish
1,
that horizontal
post
all
2,
the way across.
to post 3, right?
No,
so,
a horizontal. I'm saying horizontal, the same horizontal.
So now, are you saying horizontal, or are you saying you want the same elevation at each thing to the surveyors?
That's the.
Do you want me to just say it again? I will confirm. We want a horizontal, right? That is
So you're accounting
a
for curvature then.
Straight line.
A flat plane. Okay, so when you do that, if you say those words to the surveyors and don't try to confuse them by telling them you want elevation,
it would confuse
then,
anybody.
Then,
do you think
then you're
surveyors
going
would
to
be
have
confused?
Oh, by you, absolutely, because you're, yeah. So what's going to happen then is you put your mark right here, right? You got the pen. You put your mark on the first one. Here's what the surveyors are going to do. You go to the next one. It's going to be higher.
What right? This is McToons' imagination is running wild here now, because he's got a horizontal that raises. So this is brilliant.
Actually, Bev, did you hear when he said to you, "What do you want?" You said you want a horizontal. You said it really slowly for him.
Yeah.
And then he said really quickly,
I can barely hear you, Primate. I don't know if anybody else can hear you.
It sounds all right to me, Cleary.
Okay.
Yeah. McGoon said, you want a flat plane.
Yeah.
So he knows exactly what you want, what you're asking for.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
This is good, this, though, because horizontal
you go to the
higher.
Yeah, you go to the final one, it's going to be even higher still.
No, we're just doing a horizontal. What do you mean higher? How can it be higher? Higher than what?
Because the surface higher in relation to the canal that it's next to, right?
Well, it's a question for Jesse, right? So that was McToon saying that he expected the horizontal to be higher than the water in the canal that it's referenced to. Not the water level in the canal dropping away. No. McToons has a horizontal rising up. I'm presuming that's because he knows that the water level is level than horizontal.
I mean, I think it's the same thing.
What?
Whether you think of it as the water level dropping off or as the horizontal rising, it's the same thing.
The horizontal rising?
In relation to the water level.
Are you sure? I mean, both of them sound absolutely ridiculous to me. The horizontal rising, because it's even and balanced, obviously, and the water level dropping, water finds its own level. It would be finding its level if it was dropping, if there was a slope. Right, so both of them sound ridiculous. Now, if you have a concept of either of them, or them both being the same, it's just in your mind. Because in reality, it's horizontal. Whoever's played the trick on you and give you that bendy water level, they've done a good job.
Yeah, horizontal is horizontal.
Yes, but it's not level. Level isn't horizontal.
Level is horizontal. This is
Not
a
in this
horizontal
case.
baseline reality we're in here, man. Check it.
Look up
You'll
the
see.
definition of level. A horizontal.
In this case, it means something different. I mean, words can mean different.
That's
Can have different
wizardry.
meanings.
Not in reality.
Yeah. Yeah.
Words can have different meanings.
Level is based on reality, though, right? And a horizontal
You see,
is a
but
reality measurement.
We live in a world now, Bev, when horizontal's not level, boys are girls, milk is racist. Like, these people are just detached from reality.
Straight is curved and parallel lines can intersect. In your mind, you just think of it like that. I mean, in reality, it'll stay a straight line. Parallel lines won't intersect, but you can think of it as though they do. Yeah.
Yeah, if you don't understand what horizontal is, tilt your head sideways and look out Then you'll start getting a better idea of what horizontal is.
And hyperparabolics, they do cross over, but not
Oh, Lord.
regular parallels.
There we go.
Okay, so now I'm moving into another one where I got to talk to Jesse Kozlowski over at Jose's. It took me quite a while to get this chat with Jesse, because I mean, just asking simple questions once again. This is what led us on to this sort of
this is
discovery. I just want to know, is the level a drop from the horizontal, a measurable drop from horizontal?
Let them dance.
There you go.
Yeah, Jesse, did you hear that question from Bev? Make sure you're unmuted, Jesse. When you join, is muted. Ask again. Try thinking here. Jesse should be listening.
Go ahead. Sorry, I was on mute and I just came back in.
Right, Jesse. You said the level is not horizontal. So, is the level a measurable drop from the horizontal?
I did not say that the level is not horizontal. I said horizontal and level are coincident with each other at one point only, and that's at the plumb line where the observer is.
Oh yeah, I heard
the
that.
level. The level surface drops down from the horizontal plane at a rate of 8 inches times the distance in miles squared. How many times?
Measurable, right?
My question is, how many times? Oh yeah, it's measurable. It was derived.
That's all I wanted to confirm.
You can measure this. Have you tried measuring this?
Yeah. So Jesse just asked me if I'd tried measuring this. So surely you should be able to ask someone, a surveyor, to establish a horizontal, and then just put a water level up to that horizontal, right, and measure the drop. Jesse says it's measurable.
Yeah, he should be a professional surveyor. He should be happy to speak with you about it and patient, and he should be able to teach you and talk to you. But he's trying to halfway answer a question and run away. What's he afraid of? I thought he was a professional surveyor.
Yeah, it's measurable. So why not say you can do a horizontal, and we'll just put a water level up to that horizontal. I mean, should be easy, right?
Easy, yeah. No problem.
Let's see how he goes for a little bit more. You are saying that a water level drops away from the actual level. You know, when you set up an auto level.
No, I didn't say
they're
that.
different, aren't they? He did say that.
No, not really. An auto level.
George Here's George coming in, saving Jesse, if everybody noticing here. Jesse's just said something George doesn't quite agree with, and he's telling him.
Yeah, George and Rumpus are like...
Sorry.
Yeah, George and Rumpus are the dynamic duo. They always swoop in. It's one or the other, or they save one another. So they're always working together.
Yeah. Are you speaking for Jesse, George?
I can't join in. You can't either, man.
George, let me talk to this man.
Go ahead, Jesse.
Thanks. Okay, so how many more times must I explain this to you? I've explained this to you on Twitter, on YouTube, and now we're here in person finally talking to each other.
Yeah.
How many more times?
You're saying that level drops from the horizontal. A level is a tool that establishes a horizontal.
My question to you is, this is my question. How many more times do you want me to repeat this same answer?
I haven't heard one straight answer. Give him a straight answer.
All right, Brian, I'm going to have to lose you from the call. Only Try Thinking and Jesse Kozlowski are the only two persons should be heard right now.
So that's my question to you, is how many more times do you want me to repeat the identical answer I've been giving you? I don't know. Is this months now since you started following me on Twitter? And
okay, can I go over it then and tell you what I understand, and you can just confirm or deny it, right? Just to make sure. You're saying that you can set up a level.
No, I just asked you a question. I'm asking you this. How many more times are you going to ask
just this
me?
one? Just this one, Jesse.
So
If you make it sure and
No,
let
no,
everybody know that you have definitely answered the question that I've asked, then that'll be the last time, Jesse. Promise.
So this is it. Drum roll. This is it, right, Brian? What's
Right.
your name,
Do
Bev?
you know the question? Do you want me to repeat the question again?
Yes, you're going to, but I wanted you to answer me that one question. How many more times? You're saying this is it.
Right, yeah. If you answer the question this time properly and not obfuscate it.
Have you seen my answers before?
You've never really answered the question. That's why I keep having to ask to clarify, Jesse.
All right, let's try it.
Okay. Do you want me to give you the question then from full?
Yeah, let's pretend it's the first time.
Okay. I'm at the side of a canal and I have set up an auto level. Right, that is establishing a horizontal line of view, right, through the crosshairs.
Correct.
Right, and now I am at the side of a canal. Now that canal is water level. It is horizontal too, I say, but you say it drops away.
How's everybody doing?
Can you measure that drop of the water level away from the horizontal level of your auto level?
Perfect. Let's try to, Jesse, address you without interruptions. Go ahead, Jesse.
Yeah, man.
Watching
yes.
We're well listening.
That's pretty clear. Can you do it without using perspective?
Why not? Why not
Whoa. I don't think that was that it. Was that it? I heard Brian, I heard George, but it was supposed to be Jesse and Bev, like sorting this out and sealing it up for the last time. So let's give him an extra minute.
So you say it can be measured. What sort of distance can it be measured at, please?
What distance would you like to try to measure it at?
I don't know. I'm asking you, what distance can you measure it at? All of these people around here are thinking you can do it. So tell these people at what distance you can measure the drop of the water level from the auto level, please.
And
right. He doesn't. He never answers that. That question has never been answered ever by a globe model believer.
Or a YouTube curveyor, yeah.
Yeah. Cleary's even redefined it, haven't you? Or you redefined it, you've reworded it into a hydrostatic question as well. I mean, there can be many ways you can say at what distance can a straight line start bending?
At what distance between 2 points can you falsify the law of hydrostatic equilibrium?
At what distance does a horizontal start bending?
Yep.
At what distance can you measure the drop of the water level from the horizontal? All unanswerable questions because it doesn't happen.
Yeah, that's right. They talk about what you could do, but they have never measured curvature, you know.
Yeah, and that's the way basically we're half an hour in there, and that was just setting up how hard it is to actually talk to surveyors. Now we're going to sort of develop this onto the models that they've developed and the problems that happen. This is why I originally wanted to do this. We call it the Kozlowski curvature conundrum. And that's become apparent because Jesse's give us these models that the globe believers must have. And obviously, because a water level's a tool that establishes a horizontal plane, nobody really realised that the water level would effectively give them such a very clear problem. Right. That will be explained coming up now.
Can I ask what's a water level tool? I don't know what that is.
Do you not?
It's a hose pipe full of water.
Do you want me to put the camera on, switch it over?
Yeah. What are they called? Plumb lines?
No. Can you imagine a hose pipe?
Yeah.
At 50 meters long.
Okay.
Yeah? Fill it up with water.
Yep.
And the water will equalize on each end of it.
On both ends, yeah, correct, yeah.
Establishing the same elevation. Call it a horizontal.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Okay, gotcha.
Equilibrium.
Do you know why the water equalizes on both ends?
Yes, equal gravity, equal pressure. But yeah,
gravity.
I got
No,
you.
it's the weight of the column.
Yeah.
And it's equivalent atmospheric pressure.
Yes. Yeah. Which is what
Gravitas.
I was referring to.
Yeah.
But yes, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And that's what you used, or you were referring to when you were talking about water level dropping off.
No, I'm not talking about that. Jesse talks about it, the water level dropping off. And Jeff just talked about the water level dropping off. I'd say the water level establishes a horizontal plane of reference. Right? I wouldn't be so silly as to say that the water level drops away from that horizontal.
How could water be in a negative state? It can't support itself. You imagine the water mounds itself up somehow? Without
no, don't give it away yet. Yeah, don't make him pick a model yet. Let Jesse explain it. Here we go.
We're looking in that direction, which looks that way. See how that looks? You're looking out. Okay, and so the curve drops away from the horizontal tangent downward like that. That's how it works.
Right.
Yeah.
See, that's how it works. Okay, it drops down from the horizontal. He called it a horizontal tangent, but that's a bit of a stretch. But
yeah, I don't know why people can't understand that.
He doesn't know why people can't understand that water level will drop away over a distance.
I jump here for just a quick second.
Yeah.
Does he know what a tangent is?
Yeah, they use it all the time. It's part of their wizardry code. Because it sort of conjures up in your mind a circle, a ball that's not there. Yeah. It's a wizard trick.
This picture that he's got in the inset there.
Yeah.
The red arrows. Is that the tip of that red arrow supposed to be on the horizon?
I think so. Yeah.
Because that is clearly not
this is Jesse.
Horizon.
He's a curveyor. I mean, everyone can see that there is a band here, like way up here. But I mean, yeah, Jesse, that doesn't give quite the impression that Jesse wants you to give, right? Don't forget, the whole idea here is to get you to believe that this water at this point here is dropping away.
All Jesse wants you to look at is that horizontal crosshair and the object in the distance that is much smaller. Yeah.
See that arrow there? Look. See arrow, drop. Wizard trick, magic.
Yeah.
State tangent a few times. See curve.
His crosshairs on the left are like 20 feet off the horizon, really. They're above the boat.
Well, he's probably not laying down on the water line. He's probably above the water.
It says 11.6 feet.
Yeah. You're going to have angular size reduction, right? Things look smaller in the distance. As that boat goes away, it gets very tiny. You can put it between your fingers, right? Looking out.
Yeah.
Jimbo?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where's he getting this 11.6 feet?
Oh, don't get caught up into these. It's here. Telescope crosshair horizontal is 11.6. The 14-foot bank lighthouse is standing at 59 feet. Because that makes sense.
North American vertical datum of 88. It deals with elevations.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
That's a measured height above sea level. Yeah.
Okay.
Seems pretty straightforward to me, Jesse.
All right.
Right. Now, here we go. Now, this is shout out right the hand. This is the nutsack drop. Right. This is where the Kozlowski nutsack drop. Jesse's just explained it. There is a drop. George is going to fully explain exactly what happens.
Top, we have A and we have C. The blue shows the water level. All right. Bev is going to have a surveyor set out a horizontal tangent line or a horizontal line going from A to C. That's the black mark. Okay.
Yeah.
That's our horizontal. Now, Bev is going to take this water level, fill it up so that the top of the water level coincides with the horizontal line at A. And then he expects to go out to C and see that the water level at C, in that water level, the water itself will agree with the horizontal tangent. That's his claim. Our claim is what's going to really happen.
Wow.
Is what
Whoa, George. Can
No,
you just
shut
say,
up.
don't
Shut
say
up.
our
Quiet.
claim.
Shut up.
Bev.
See, I didn't want George to say our because this is quite a big claim, this, that when he says our, he's speaking not for me, because he said this is my model. When he said our, he I presume he was talking for all of the ballers. Now, I know that there is a conundrum that they have, and this isn't the model that most of them take. In fact, most people say this is ridiculous. So that's why I was protesting. I was trying to save George from other people.
Yeah, when George says go out to sea, he's talking about going out to point C, not the ocean. It's a little confusing.
Be quiet.
All right, let him speak for everyone then. Go on.
All right. So, for those of us that understand that the Earth is curved, this is what's actually going to happen. You're going to have your water level go from A to C. You're going to fill it up at A so it agrees with the horizontal tangent or the horizontal line. And then the water will seek its own level so that the height of the water pipe at A, the water at the top of the pipe is going to be at the same height at C above the curvature of the Earth, and there will be a gap between the height of the water at C and the horizontal line.
Hey,
and
George,
that amount will be 8 inches in a mile. If
8
you go
inches?
back to point B, it will be 2 inches to the point where you get to A, that there won't be any gap. So the further you go out from A towards C, the more of a gap there will be between the top of the water on the water level and the
So, George, when it looks like your first drawing, when it looks like that, what are you going to say?
Oh, I'll concede. I'll say the Earth is flat. And I'll scream from the rooftops.
The Earth won't be flat, though, George. It won't make the Earth flat. There will still be mountains and valleys.
Yes. We
Yes,
get it.
It will just make level horizontal, right? Will you admit that?
I'll declare that the Earth is not a spherical planet. How's that?
Declare that level is horizontal, right? Because that's what the test is, right? It's a test to show that level is horizontal.
It's simple.
All right, fine. If you want to define it that way, fine. Okay.
Thank you. Right, so can anybody see any problems with that, like logically or just sort of basically, you know, having the water level drop 8 inches?
I have to say that
from
makes sense
horizontal?
to me. That's exactly
Does
how
it?
I imagined it before.
Would that
That's how
not
you
be
imagine,
it would be a elevation change of 8 inches in the negative direction, right? From horizontal,
You could
surely.
think of it this way, yeah.
Okay, so when you were saying earlier that elevation change was a vertical distance, would that not be a vertical distance change of 8 inches? So would you not say
one
that
point to
over a
another.
mile, over a mile, the water stays level but drops 8 inches vertically?
The water stays level. So the water would be on the water level, which is curved, yes. And if you're measuring the drop, it would be roughly 8 inches per mile. Yeah.
A vertical distance in the drop. Would that be 8 inches every mile?
I mean, that's an approximation.
What, 8 inches every mile is an approximation?
Yeah. Which
really?
is accurate about.
Would you start measuring again every mile, or would you use the quadratic
no, you
equation?
can use it for quite a while, as far as I remember. But over very long distances, it's
the vertical. Noting the vertical drop of the water. You think you could do that for quite a while, whilst imagining that the water's level, or do you imagine that the water drops? Which one is it?
The way he explained it here, where in his second option or second scenario.
With George, you go with the
the
Kozlowski nutsack drop.
The
Brilliant.
bottom one.
Okay. Well, we'll see what happens in a minute. Okay, because JC might have a different model for you.
Today we have Jesse Kozlowski.
Figured it's about time we show some of the results.
I'm looking forward to this, man.
It's
This is
the reason I'm going into this in some detail is because a lot of flat earthers are looking at what we did here at Lake Pontchartrain. So try to understand the importance of this. So there's no hocus pocus to this data. And we'll get into this a little bit more.
Right, so a lot of flat earthers are looking into this. This is Lake Pontchartrain footage now we're going into. After we've just had described the Kozlowski nutsack drop, where the water level drops away, right? That's definitely what he was just explaining, right? The water level drops. That's in the downward direction. Negative, he's just said, your man here is in a negative vertical direction. Now Jesse's been over the bridge and he's marked some points with his GPS system on the roof of his car, and he's now explaining how all of this coordinate system works. As you can see here, he's got X, Y, and Z. So as we just explained before, the XY would be on a plane, and the Z is the vertical distance. That is your vertical across the plane. So here we go.
So in a nutshell, the system that GNSS operates in, or is referenced to, is a three-dimensional Cartesian coordinate system. It's a rectangular coordinate system. And any point P can be described as having coordinates X, Y, and Z. And that's how it works. It isn't latitude and longitude. It's not elevations. It's Cartesian coordinates X, Y, and Z. Now, once you have those coordinates, you can do things with them, such as convert them to latitude and longitude and ellipsoid height. Keep in mind, this is a three-dimensional system. So it's not only latitude and longitude, it's latitude, longitude, and ellipsoid height, height above or below the ellipsoid. But we don't have to do that. You can leave it right here, and you're going to find out that in the test that we're going to look at, these are the coordinates that we ended up using that reveals the shape of the bridge. So back to this. Customarily, what we normally would do with our survey data is not leave it in X, Y, and Z Cartesian, but to go ahead and convert it to latitude and longitude and ellipsoid height. And once we do that, and here's the math for that. This was included in the other video I did. Just converting, you can go from latitude, longitude, and ellipsoid height to XYZ, or XYZ to lat, long, and height. And once you do that, you're able to develop elevations. Okay, so you're going to take the heights that are referenced to the ellipsoid, and you're going to apply a geoid model to arrive at elevations. And that is what we normally would be doing in day-to-day survey.
I have to pause that on this one. I mean, have you seen that particular model before? Because I mean, it's slightly hilarious that
it's ridiculous.
anyone can have that. you've got an ellipsoid height and then equipotential surfaces, geoid height, ellipsoid, geoid, orthometric. And it says, it's got an arrow pointing to this here, and it says plumb line. So
Yeah,
all of this, this is a vertical. This is a plumb line. And each one of these has got a right angle to a curve. It's ridiculous. And like, this one has got this is a straight line that's marked ellipsoid.
Yeah.
Which is a straight line. Measured vertically, distance above the geoid, which is another, like, it's crazy. Absolutely.
That is pretty nuts. Is this purposely confusing or what?
Well, purposely. What Jesse said, I mean, I don't know whether you picked up on it. He's not doing this in this calculations that he's doing. He's leaving them in that other one. So all of this stuff now he's talking about, it bears no relevance to what he's talking about or the model for the bridge that he's going to be dealing with. It's just confusion, pure. Mind trickery, wizardry.
It's in Houston too, so I guess Houston, we got a problem.
I think Rodney was trying to say something.
Oh, I was just going to say that, what he said about us taking the measurements in state plane and then having to convert them, that's not true. We don't have, there's no need to convert them at all.
You don't normally do that.
Not at all.
No.
Well, not normally. I mean, not ever really.
Yeah.
I mean, it's rare. I have to do it sometimes for my job just to find a particular location. I have to convert just to get a latitude and longitude coordinate. But any practical use, anybody that's actually doing the building, it's all based off a state plane. It all works off a state plane. It's not converted at all.
And would I be right in saying, I think I've asked you this before on different ones, that the X and the Y axis on that Cartesian coordinate system, that would be the plane that you work on, and the Z coordinate is just the difference in elevation on that from that plane.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, are you guys familiar with the game Minecraft?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the same Cartesian system that's used in Minecraft. I mean, exactly the same.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's a two-dimensional plane as described in maths with no deviation for curvature allowed in the plane. And all distances are measured vertically would then be called elevation change.
Yeah, exactly. It would be impossible to measure curvature using the state plane system. And every country's got their own version. I mean, it's the same system, just a different name in each country. So, I mean, it's impossible to take a direct measurement of curvature using that system. That's why it has to be added in after the fact with their adjustments, which in reality aren't necessary and aren't made. It's only in the textbooks or when you want to convert to that model.
Yeah, Rodney, how could you ever measure curvature? Would you could measure an elevation change. How would you ever be able to distinguish that from curvature?
To distinguish the elevation change from curvature?
Yeah.
It's a good question because, I mean, like I said, it's impossible to measure curvature using the system that we use.
Yeah. I'm not trying to trick you. I just that's, in differential leveling, you would never be able to measure curvature, right? It doesn't exist. Elevation changes are measurable.
That's what I was going to say. It doesn't exist.
Yeah.
You're not even factoring it in or thinking about it when you're doing it.
Yeah, it's not even a possibility. Like I said, it would be like trying to measure curve in Minecraft. It just isn't possible.
Yeah.
Everything is dropped from horizontal. Everything. Slope. Elevation change.
Which is what we've been saying all along. And basically what we're trying to establish here is that there's certain people that you want to talk to, and there's certain people that will purposely throw roadblocks in the way just so that they don't have to give you an answer, which should be very simple to somebody that knows what they're talking about.
If you listen closely, every time they say they're doing it over long distances, they're saying they're applying the model, they're applying the system, or however he said it. We're applying the geodetic, coordinates. They're measuring elevation change and then applying the formula. They even say it. You just got to listen for it.
The thing that gets me, man, is if I was big, bad Jesse Kozlowski, world-class surveyor, and I lived on a ball, there would be no question you could throw at me that I couldn't answer. And I would be helpful to everyone. And I would explain the ball to everyone because I am a licensed surveyor surveying a globe, But that's just not what's happening. It's the total opposite. They're running scared. They're, trying to infer things, but look at that. Look at that mess.
Every one of them would be going out to every, surface of water and creating a horizontal over a mile and showing the drop from horizontal in all directions. They would be making video after video. They can't.
Yeah.
It can't be done. You can't show me one video of that. It's not out there. You can't do it.
Right. Can we carry on?
They work. And it would look like this after you've converted to latitude and longitude. You're going to planarize that.
See, look,
because ideally you want to be working in a very simple system, simple trig, simple geometry.
It's not a horizontal plane,
X,
though, is it?
Y coordinates. And, nobody really works with latitudes and longitudes when they're doing house stakeout.
Nobody really works with latitude and longitude. I mean, Jesse even says it.
This is really interesting. So
we
they
Lego
do
ball
calculations to put it on the ball, and then when they're going to work do the actual work, the actual practical stuff, they planarize it, which is the stupidest term I've heard all day. Planarize, so that they can work within a simple functional system.
Yeah, within the coordinate system that they measure the shit in the first place.
Yeah. Oh my god!
They start and end with the same system.
Yeah. So this bit this only exists within the system. This curve model, when it comes out as a map on one end, it's on this, and when it goes in, it's on this. It's measured on this. It goes into it, and then it comes out again onto this. It's crazy.
What's the practical purpose for putting it on the ball?
In the map.
It's to put it in your mind.
What's the practical purpose for that?
To put it in your mind. It's wizardry. It's a wizard trick. Literally.
The only practical purpose is to get a latitude and longitude. I'll give you an example of the only time I've ever had to use it. Just if I'm setting a new control and I have a set of coordinates to a point that I need to find, which could be literally anywhere. It's usually in the middle of the woods somewhere very hard to get to, usually and find. You can't drive to it. But I have the coordinates for it, the state plane coordinates, which are in feet and inches, so I can convert that to a latitude and longitude, and then plug that into, I use Google Maps, whatever you want to use. You just plug those coordinates in, and it'll take me to roughly the area I need to be in. But other than that, there's no practical use for making the conversion, except to trick people, obviously.
Very telling.
Yeah, we'll continue then.
Or construction stakeout or property surveys. We're generally planarizing a small portion of the earth, which could be a whole state or a county or even a little neighborhood. So what you're going to end up with are XY coordinates, and we can make use of these types of geometric arrangements, either using an intersecting cone or cylinder to develop these.
Right there. This is very interesting. You see the way he's using a cone or a cylinder?
Yeah.
I mean, if you studied geometry, you'll know that a cone and a cylinder happen to be developable surfaces. So therefore you can express them on a plane right? That's what a developable surface is.
Yeah, you could take a flat map and wrap it around a cone, or you could wrap it around a cylinder. Yeah. But you can't develop it around a sphere.
Yeah.
Which is where the WGS 84 model comes in, I think.
Looks like a dunce cap.
Yeah, exactly. There's a trick there, right?
It's wizardry.
Yeah, they've shown you shapes there that can be developed whilst using this circle here, and not telling you that they can't develop this circle.
Look at that. They put it right there together.
Yeah, show it you.
That's what I said. They tell you every time. They show you every time. You just have to be out there looking or listening.
Yeah.
There's no lies. It's all told to you.
Yeah, he's telling you a lot of stuff right here.
It's like where you shake your head, but you say yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Wizardry in action.
Eastings or YX coordinates. And that's what the United States State Plane System is built on, and also the worldwide system used, which is called Universal Transverse Mercator, UTM, and certainly all the countries in the world have their own localized projections for their countries. So here's an example just showing you this data that was collected on the causeway. This is in Louisiana, South Zone, state plane coordinates on the North American datum of 1983, adjustment 2011. And here we have the northing and eastings, and here are the elevations. And you're going to find out that this causeway is very level. They built the thing to be level, except for the...
Right, so what does Jesse mean when he says they built it very level? Very.
Flat as fuck.
What do you think he means? Like when they built it? They built it old school, right? It's not new. It was built quite a long time ago. Right, Rakir?
Yeah, it's old. It's been refurbished and redone and added to like the middle sections, but it's pretty old. But yeah, he's telling the truth. It's flat.
It's level.
Marine spans and the humps where boats go underneath of. Otherwise, this thing is level. You're going to see that. These points are approximately collected about every 10 meters or so. And you can see how level they are. And this is in meters.
They're all 5.75, 5.76, 5.741, 5.733, 5.732, 5.744. They're all the same, near enough. Give or take about 10 centimeters. All these numbers down here. And the road surface. So they're at the same height, elevation-wise, on the road surface.
So we would take these types, normally, what we would normally do in surveying is to take these coordinates and put them on a map. Here's a USGS 7.5-minute topographic quadrangle map. Here's Mandeville. And the coordinates on the side are latitude and longitude, but also UTM and also Louisiana state plane coordinates. They are here too. And what I've done here is just taken that topographic map into my global mapper program and plotted the points collected as northing easting values on this map. So that's your normal use of GPS and surveying, is to create a map for some purpose, whether it's for design, for engineering design, or a property survey or something like that. This is how we would normally proceed. And here's another map of the same area, and this one is in UTM coordinates. So that is the normal way of doing business day to day as a surveyor. what we're going to do here is not planarize these, but leave them as X, Y, Z coordinates. And so we're going to basically be just dealing with the actual vectors themselves rather than projecting it to the ellipsoid or to the ground. We're going to be staying right in this Cartesian system. Also here, this column is indicating the precision at which this data was collected and processed. And
is that 0.02 meters?
Yes, 2 centimeters.
Wow.
Horizontal.
Right, this is the accuracy of GPS. I mean, we've never really heard this from anyone before, well, other than, it's ultra precise. Well, he's just said it's 2 centimeters on the horizontal. Gets better.
5 centimeters vertical. We're going to say that the vertical is good to about a decimeter, which is what, about 3-4 inches,
so
right?
within 10 centimeters.
What I'm getting at here.
Right, so the GPS system that he's got is only accurate to about 10 centimeters. That's on every measured point. Interesting, that, right? I bet you didn't know that. And then this is another one here that Jesse's going to explain.
Here is this whole idea about perspective does not affect the actual physical location of where these corners are. The dimensions are going to be the actual dimensions no matter what the visual looks like. So keep that in mind as we start to look at some of this data and some of Soundly's pictures, because people are just really struggling with what is obvious. So.
Did you catch that?
No. Somebody was blowing up Discord. I was trying to shut him down.
Actual point that you measure will not change due to perspective. And then he cites Soundly's pictures as sort of a proof. I mean, like, he's just basically told Soundly that his pictures are useless.
Mm-hmm.
Perspective won't change alter the positions. The positions are where they are. They don't change if you look at them differently from a different angle or anything. So he says that at the beginning. It's going to change.
Here's a small test I did on the 6th of January, and that was a Sunday, and this is on Little Tensas Bayou. I went back there, this is a year later, and I measured the reciprocal zenith angles across that. It's about a 6-mile stretch, something like that.
It's too far.
On the plane,
that far.
He measured the reciprocal zenith angles. What, from both points? Because that's what reciprocal is, isn't it, Cleary?
Yeah, but he's going too far.
Yeah.
6 miles.
And he's not. He's
just
heck? Measuring the angles from one side. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ride home, I did some calculations, and this is kind of rough here, but I'm throwing it in because this is going to be one of these launching points to do another video or a presentation on these results. But I just took the XYZ coordinates of the tops and the bottoms to determine the tilt between them, because obviously the plumb lines are inclined outward, away from each other. And that came out to be 5 minutes, 50 seconds of inclination. And what I measured was 5 minutes, just roughly 5 minutes, 40 seconds. Let's round that off. Those are the adjusted angles.
So you're saying that your measurement over Little Tensas Bayou was correct within 12 seconds?
I wouldn't.
Of the predicted value?
No, I didn't. I haven't even calculated what the prediction is.
Okay.
And again, I haven't even
trying to lead him.
Looked at this thoroughly.
Yeah, the Soundly's going like, you said this, and Jesse's going, no, I'm leaving it just so you imply it, right? Like, I'm not actually saying it, but I mean, you can think I said that if you would like to.
Early, I'm just showing you that, hey, I measured zenith angles. That was the tilt I determined there. I'm glad you brought up Bilu, because I have to give credit where credit's due. This whole tilt thing here that I've been doing, this past year. You know, I got the idea from Bilu. I'm not kidding. Soundly, you and I were out there in Minnesota at George's, and that's about when that Bilu video came out.
Right.
Soundly, George, and Jesse talking about aliens measuring tilt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why does he say, what is this Bilu video? Why is he saying this gave him an idea for
Bilu's the alien.
Slant.
You don't remember Bilu with the convex Earth or something?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I do remember that now.
Yeah, so Bilu helped him in his search for tilt, right? Because, I mean, Bilu's obviously very clever and knows that you can't measure curvature. It's impossible. Like Rodney said, you can't measure curvature. It's just not possible. So that's why Jesse's looking for tilt of the water level, not curvature. But Jesse doesn't ever really say curvature of the water level. He's clever.
I've computed the tilt between the Washington Monument and the Empire State Building.
GPS does in fact work. Regardless of how it works, it does work.
Yeah. So let's all agree it works. We're using it. So that's the point I'm making in this build up to looking at the causeway. So now let's get to the topic here tonight, the Lake Pontchartrain Causeway. I want to make mention that this thing was built back in the 50s, and it was built using old school surveying, transits, levels. Here is the triangulation. This was geodetic triangulation to establish control points out near the bridge, as they were using these as control marks to set out the piles and all of that. And of course, this old school methodology is still used today, except that it's not a manual transit, it's an electronic total station. But
okay, I like to point out old school methods still used today. So they didn't have a curved level, old school. They've only ever had a horizontal level. And if they're still using that today, then they're still using a horizontal level. So I don't know what the pushback is with all of this stuff. Seems like they're very conflicted. And the pushback for, like, he seems quite open and talking about, old school leveling techniques and all of that.
Yeah, Jesse said he measured something at that lake because that water was level. I don't know if we saw that part yet.
Let's see.
But the same types of surveying activity takes place to build these large infrastructure projects.
Right, and the triangulations from the other directions all mesh up.
Of course.
They're all self-consistent.
Yes.
Yeah.
In fact, and when you start to measure these very long lines, and when you form a triangle, you have what's called spherical excess.
Right. Now, you look on that drawing there, there is a lot of triangles. And that's triangulation. That's how they've measured the points of the distances and all of that. Now, they're all straight lines because they're sighted points from one point to another.
Your line of sight is not curving.
And spherical excess, I mean, it's a hot topic at the minute. Even on this very show last night, a guy put a picture up, a triangle with 183 degrees in it. Jesse?
Oh, yeah, in the after show. Yeah.
He added a few degrees to it.
That's what Jesse's just said. Spherical excess.
How do they connect the points with curved lines? Like, how do they know?
They don't.
Like,
They're straight lines.
They don't.
So where does this? How do you make a triangle with straight that doesn't have 180 degrees?
Wizardry. It doesn't. It only ever happens in the mind. You've just got to allow it to happen.
The measurements show.
Pardon?
But
and they just add up the angles, right?
They just add up the angles. Who said that?
I said that.
Who's that? I've got me a video screen on.
Parmesan.
Yeah, that's not true. They don't just add up the angles. They use a radius value in the math.
You think
or,
you can...
the value that Bev showed earlier.
Yeah, you think you can get a triangle and add up the angles and get to more than 180 degrees?
Through this method they're doing, yeah. Spherical.
Sighted triangles can give you a triangle with straight sides and more than 180 degrees.
In the way they're doing it, they end up with spherical excess.
Are you a surveyor?
No.
Have you ever done any geometry?
Yes.
Have you ever drawn a triangle with straight sides and more than 180 degrees?
On a piece of paper? No.
Yeah. Go on, a big piece of paper. You can use as big a piece as you want.
On a piece of paper, no. But if you take a ball and you do a triangle,
you can't see the points. It's a sighted triangle. No use using tangent. Just a straight line.
It's still on a spherical object.
That wouldn't be a triangle then, would it? I said we've done this. We can go over this at some other point at some other time.
Sure.
Triangles only have 180 degrees in them. We'll carry on. That's the point I was trying to make. There's a lot of triangles on that picture. All of them will have 180 degrees.
Because these plumb lines are all away from each other, so you're actually going to be measuring a larger triangle. So if they account for a spherical excess, it's an actual measurable, thing.
Right.
It actually exists. And again, they built that thing level across that lake. It's an amazing piece of construction. I don't know how serious to take some of it. So here is a video you can go watch over on Sally's channel. Sally was like at Command Central, up there in the room, doing the live streams, taking the long exposures, the video, and occasionally, us, wherever we were, I know Mike would be out wherever he was, wherever I was, we would kind of call in and get into a live stream, so you can watch this. This was Friday night, I think. Doing that first pass on the northbound side.
Yeah, what I call the GPS waypoints.
Yes, that's right.
Where you're recording locations of the surface of the bridge.
That's correct. So here's a little preliminary setup, assuring that we knew what the antenna height was above the road surface. So we put this is a magnetic mount on the car. I just used a survey rod and a plumber's level. This level has a groove in it, so it just sits right on top of that round surface. There's Mike.
That level looks like a toy level. Doesn't look like a proper workman's level, but it's got a groove in the bottom of it.
A GPS receiver doesn't have to be vertical.
No, and then what he's doing here is he's showing that he can use a spirit level, and he gets chance to show that with the bubble, and he pretends he's measuring a height of the thing in the car, but the problem is the dude is out of the car. He's measuring it in a parkway at the side. So you don't know what the height is. You're measuring it. Could be on the car. Could be on a tilt. Could be anything. He's not in the car. There's obviously two people there. One taking the picture and another guy measuring it, who both aren't in the car. So the height is not going to be the same anyway. Not that it matters.
I can explain what he's trying to do if you guys want to know.
Go on.
He's just trying to get his antenna height for the receiver. This is something I do a lot, not on my car, but on the off-road Polaris thing. He's setting up to do a topo. That's what he did on the bridge. It was an auto topo. And so you have to change your antenna height before you do that. That way your measurements will be, accurate. So that's all he's doing now is just he's going to bring that auto level, that level that he's got, the spirit level. He's going to bring it out, and somebody will measure the height from the ground up.
Yeah.
But when you get in the car, it's going to sink. 2 guys in a car, it's going to be a little different.
Yeah, it's not going to be the same. Usually when we do it in the Polaris, there's 2 of us there, so we'll just kind of put some something heavy in there to kind of compensate, to try to make it as close as we can. But we know it's going to be a little bit off in the vertical. But that's all he's trying to do.
Well, he did say earlier that there is a 10 centimeter deviance anyway.
Yeah.
And
that's 4 inches.
Since he's just driving over a bridge, it doesn't really matter what height it is, does it? Because he's just making the shape of the bridge, so...
Mm-hmm.
Well, it matters for the antenna height, because, if you were doing this for an actual project and your antenna height's wrong, then the model they build off of your points is going to be wrong. So you do want to have an accurate antenna height.
Yeah.
So what does the antenna height give you? Why does it need to be measured?
For your elevation, for the Z.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
The elevation down to the bridge, the difference.
Just
gotcha.
The elevation of basically.
Okay.
That's Mike on the bayou right there.
Is it?
He doesn't get much fame and fortune.
I don't know if that's Mike, is it? I don't know.
Yeah, that's Mike.
Is it? Oh.
That's what he called him.
Oh, no, that was on that earlier measurement that he did, I think. I don't know. Oh, yeah, he did say, yeah, Mike. Yeah, I don't know. Shout out, Mike, if you're out there.
Holding it. Here we are measuring. Wanted to make sure everybody saw that, it was level. I'm sorry that Bob, the science guy, took so much heat because, the thing was his level was like a smidge out. So there's a picture of its level, and we're measuring to the nearest millimeter. If that level was out slightly, how far out would we be? So basically we know what the height of the antenna is above the road.
If that level was out slightly, how far out would we be? Who knows? We just leave it out there for everybody to ponder on that.
Surface. I remember as we were doing that live stream, people did not like the sound it made. It was, it makes a beep every time it stores a point. So it's incrementing point by point, and I think I had it set to 10 meters. We had it set to 3 initially. It was way too many. So
we had
distance
3
10
meters.
There it is, right there.
Change it to 33.
And there's
meters.
the height of the antenna above
feet.
the road, 1.53.
Yeah.
And there I am going down the road.
Don't mention the freeze.
Yeah, I was going about maybe 40, 45 miles an hour. So that's the northbound collection. Now the next day,
that's way too fast.
I did another pass.
Sorry, it's too fast.
Yeah, that's way too fast.
Why can you see the shoreline all the way across there if there's a curve? I can see all the way down to the edge.
These towers here, massive.
Oh yeah.
Seem to go up. And a water tower at the back must be massive.
And you can watch this. This was a live stream that I tapped into, and Soundly put me on, and I was doing that northbound up to the crossover. So this was us preparing that antenna height, and here's Dandy Pandy helping me get that height measured, making sure it's level, and there it is. Looks level, right? Can we all get a check on that level?
Looks pretty good to me, Jesse.
All right. So there I am at milepost 0. That was my 0.85, and headed down the highway. So here's the data brought into Trimble Business Center, the software that I use. Looks like a blue triangle, right? So let's take a look at one of these points. We'll zoom in on point 1294.
The bit on the left that you're seeing, the small screen, he did this, and he went across it, pointing out all of the different points. I just got my my lad to overlay over the top of it the heights of all of the different positions. Whenever he clicked on any of these positions along here that he measured, I pulled up the height, and you'll see that the numbers what he pulls up from this are they're all pretty similar.
What you're seeing here, this is a base station called Mary, and we're using carrier phase differencing to post-process these vectors. So that's what this is here. These are continuous streams. And this is the raw data here. So we're zoomed in on point 1294. As I said before, this was on Louisiana, south zone, state plane coordinates in meters, northing and easting, and the elevation. Here's the latitudes and longitudes. Now, what I'm going to go into next is my attempt at creating a visual, some type of graphic presentation of this data. As I said at the beginning of this presentation, normally you would take these coordinates and elevations and go start making a map. That's how we use the data normally. We're trying to create and show you the shape of this bridge. So what I did is exported the Earth-centered Earth fixed coordinates, and I converted them into a local system where I was facing eastward, and that's what you're looking at now. So I've just changed the view from looking top down onto the bridge, and now I'm looking sideways eastward. That's what I did. And this, because I don't use three-dimensional graphics programs or animation, I don't have that skill set, but I could do a coordinate transformation that kept the integrity and the relationship of the values intact, but now I'm looking eastward. So let's see what we look at next here. Basically, I'm trying to get this view looking east from the from inside the Earth. So I've created a plane that encompasses the origin of the ECEF coordinates, which is 0, 0, 0, and forming a triangle that way. And that's the plane that I'm in. It's almost like a section through the Earth there.
I wonder if people can realize that they got fooled.
Oh, sorry, I was muted. He's made a plane on the triangle from one point at the bottom of the lake to the bridge and the other end of the bridge. So that is the plane that he's saying he's just made. It's quite important. Right,
That's
Cleary?
what the blue triangle was?
Yeah, it is.
Well, he's just explaining here that he's tried to make a plane of a triangle on this using the bridge as one straight line of the triangle, and the other point being somewhere across on the lake somewhere. And
it's the baseline of his triangle.
Yeah, he's trying to say that's the plane he's making here. So carry on.
So here it is. Here I am showing you that view again in my software and what I'm trying to create. And I hope that's coming through. Again, if anybody knows how to do animation and can actually move this camera and make this happen, that would be awesome. But the point being is that what you're going to now start to see is the literal shape of the bridge. So here are, as I showed you before, the Earth-centered Earth fixed coordinates and their elevations. And now we're going to zoom in on a couple of these points. Here we are at point 44, right here. It's a little masked there, but that's elevation 5.72. Here's 573, 570. the reason I'm doing this for you is that it's hard to visualize where these are in relation to each other. So I've created this view so that we can look at that. You can see that. And afterwards, it starts to dive down again and get back down to the level elevations.
Level.
So let's hear. This is the large hump. That's 0.1326 at 18.57 meters. See this line right here? That's the chord. I'm going to talk about that in a little bit. That's the chord connecting the from where I started and to where I ended.
See that?
Parallel lines. Yeah.
No, the chord. From where he started to where he ended, a straight line.
On the level points.
I
connected two of the level points. So I'll show you that in another couple slides. Now, what are these guys doing? They're checking their pool cues.
Oh, God.
I found this on the internet. And
this is another part of the wizardry trick, right? What are these guys doing? Dunno. What are they doing? They're being dickheads. Just put your pool cue on the table and roll it. You'll find out.
That's right.
Nobody does that. Unless you're trying to perform a wizard trick by saying that you need to look down it.
Yeah, that's right.
He does this a lot, right? Within this video, this particular visual is what are these guys doing? They're acting like knobheads.
I'm showing you, this is how you check to make sure your pool cue is straight. When you look at that pool cue like this, if it's warped, it's been sitting over in the corner for a long time, no one's used it, it's going to have a bend to it, you're going to see it, right? Makes sense, right? Common sense. So here's what I'm going to do with the view, this cross-section view. I'm going to start to turn it from the side.
This is another magic trick here now. Like, he's got a straight line there. And he's just shown you the pool cue thing. Watch this.
You can start to see now, there's a little hump there and there's a hump there. And turn a little bit more. And each time I turn it, I zoom in so you could kind of see what's going on. This is the shape of the bridge starting to appear as I turn in my software.
You see, he's zooming in, right? I'll go back again. Let's see if these humps get zoomed in or if this total distance changes, right? Right, it's a straight line from there to there. These two lines don't change.
It's straight.
From the side, you can start to see now. There's a little hump there, and there's a hump there.
But these lines are still the same.
Turn a little bit more, and each time I turn it, I zoom in.
Still the same.
So you could kind of see what's going on. This is the shape of the bridge starting to appear as I turn in my software.
What's he doing?
He's bending it.
That's the large. I think that's the large marine span. There's a couple humps that. One of these humps, Stanley, you said you weren't even aware of, right? One of them, I forget which one.
Magic trick, diversion.
Yeah, it's from the South Shore. If you're looking out at the 8-mile marine span, there's a marine hump directly behind it. I guess it's right about 9 miles.
Right. Oh, okay, that'd be that one.
And it's on the west lane, and it's I'll just from the angle that we normally look at, you don't pick it out, but it is there. You go back and look in the video footage, and you can see the cars.
Now, is it on the northbound side or the southbound?
It's on the north. It's on the southbound lane.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what this is. The southbound.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
This is the southbound.
So there's that chord, and in fact, I think my next slide is to. Oh yeah, here's my last turn.
So these lines are still there. That's his last turn, and now this is interesting. Listen to what he says.
And so that's about as far as I could go, and after that, the thing would start to disappear. I don't know why, but the graphics would not allow me to turn this anymore. That's as far.
Yeah, even the computer went, no, Jesse, no, you can't make a straight line bend any more than that, surely.
Wait a minute. Okay, so this is ridiculous, this graphic on screen right here, right? I mean...
Started off as a straight line, and you've developed this here because he turned it in a computer program.
Turning the screws, bending it.
This
How many
is
of
the
these
shape
little
of the
bridges
bridge.
do you think it would take to make a complete circle? 24-mile bridge right here. How many of these segments would take to make a complete circle?
Yeah. How many of these
1,000.
lines do you reckon you could make that shape? I reckon about a
Just
10.
continue that blue line out.
Yeah, but like this, how many segments of this bridge? 10 maybe? And you'd have a complete
1,000.
circle?
Oh,
How many?
yeah, look at this.
1,000? Yeah, why don't you try that?
No way.
1,000.
It's like 10, I reckon. 10 or 12, perhaps. At that angle there, cutting that segment. That's ridiculous. But
does anybody else find it a little creepy how much Soundly knows about this bridge? I mean, he knows every hump in the bridge, and it's
Well, he's
just very...
supposedly an expert, right?
He has spent 3 years of his life researching this bridge, taking pictures of it and all that. We've only ever seen one picture, but he has spent 3 years doing this.
He might actually be a troll living under the bridge.
Ooh.
That makes a lot of sense, Jimbo.
What would motivate you to spend 3 years talking about this one bridge?
Cash money.
Yeah.
Somebody's paying some good money for these guys to do this stuff.
Yeah.
Well, look at how wide-eyed and like he's learning something, buddy, with his, glassy-eyed look. Like he's really being enlightened.
Like this is the first time he's seen this video.
Yeah.
Like, he's just seeing it for the first time as Jesse goes over it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like he's a paid actor or something.
Huh.
No interruptions, no questions, no nothing. It's like Grasshopper and the Master in Kung Fu or something like that.
Yeah, we're getting there. We're right near it now, right? So we can agree that whatever he did there to get this shape, this bow shape within here, was within the computer program, because it started off as a straight line, didn't it? And he turned something, and the line didn't get any longer. He said he zoomed in. He can't have zoomed in. He's just generated a massive curve.
And a bit of a skewing.
And as we'll find out here. Go on.
When you say it started as a straight line, I would have to say that...
because you live on a ball.
I would have to say that your eyes are not very good at detecting a straight line.
Because you live on a ball.
All of those measurements were 5.8, 5.7, 5.8 meters, all the way along.
Because they're, as I understand, maybe I've got this wrong, but as I understand, they're measurements above sea level.
Horizontal.
Right?
Yeah, a horizontal baseline. There's no change in elevation, right? All of those distances were a change in elevation. That's why the numbers were different. But
yeah,
yeah,
the sea level elevation didn't change. Yeah,
I know. So like he said, that blue line, the bottom blue line, is from the first point to the end point. We'll get there.
Which is not level. Which is not sea level.
All right.
Well, that would be the datum, and the datum is level.
We'll carry on going, right? Because we're nearly there. Last 20 odd
there.
minutes.
As far as I could get, and so I made a screenshot of that. So here's the side view again, and that's my midpoint, 981. If anybody wants to check this math, that's the chord. It's 28.
It says the elevation 5.75 at the midpoint. Yeah, 5.76 here at this side meters.
Point, like rounded off to 28.5, let's say, or 28.46 if you want to go to the nearest centimeter. And this is the length from the first level point that I kept in my sample to the last level point.
Right, so that's the first level point to the last level point, and one in the middle that's
So that would be-
5.76 on the level point. He said that. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, the level point is the line at the bottom, the green one.
What?
From one level point to the other, he was talking about the line, the green line.
Yeah.
Not the yellow one.
And the point in the middle is also level, right? Or you think it is? Or which point do you think is the level there in that?
Level is not a point.
This one is a chord.
Yes.
Right.
So that's a line.
So the chord comes from the first level point and the last level point. That's what he said.
Yes.
Yeah? Now, the middle point, which he said was here, the mid point is also on the level, is it not?
The midpoint is on the bridge.
Yes, on the level. The same level. Right? It's just that this is a chord. Jesse's drawn a chord.
Yeah, and it's 28.457 meters away from the chord.
Up.
Yes.
Higher.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay, right. So that's it. This one is higher than the first point and the last point.
Yes.
Yes, okay. Carry on.
So pretty interesting that shape that you just showed us there, Jesse. Would you like to expound on that a little bit?
This shape right here?
Yeah.
Well, it looks curved to me. Is that where you're going with this? I mean, it's kind of obvious, right?
Yeah. Looks a little...
He turned it in his computer until his computer broke.
he all he said, what do you think about that? And Jesse said, the shape?
Yeah.
And he said, yeah, well, it looks curved to me. We're
Yep.
talking about this right here.
Yep. This
not
this
the bridge.
This shape here looks pretty curved to me.
A little similar
Have a
to
cup of tea.
photography, don't you think?
Yeah. Well, don't let the cat out of the bag yet. Keep in mind, these are level. I mean, if you look at these, except for the humps.
Exactly.
These are all at 5.7, 5.7, 5.7.
Right.
5.7. The thing was built to be level above that water.
Are you okay with that? They're all level. That's what he said. They're all level. Just so happens
above the water, yes.
Yeah, he's drawn so the hump, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
but the green line, can I just add to that? The green line is not the level. It's a straight line from the first level point to the last level point.
Yeah.
As you said, but the level or the water level is curving with the bridge there.
In your imagination and in that picture. Yeah.
Based on his explanation.
Based on some
so
guy telling you.
You're basing what you know about the water level curving. Were you the one before that had the water level dropping?
Yep.
Yeah, same person.
Okay, sweet. All right,
Same
we'll carry on.
I don't know. Do we really need to talk about the difference between level and flat?
Exactly. It's level and curved.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would you be all right with that, going along with Soundly? Because Soundly's just said level and curved.
Yep.
Yeah, so you trust Soundly when he says that as well?
Because it matches my understanding.
Okay, very good.
So
it's actually amazingly level considering the distance that they had to build this thing.
I'm telling you, it's
for 24 miles. They're very consistent, don't you think?
It's awesome. It is
it's an amazing.
It is an amazing
piece of architecture, really. Yeah,
it exactly. is. The way I phrase it is a monument to the curvature of the Earth.
It is a monument.
It's a man-made monument. It really is.
It really is. It's a monument to the curvature of the Earth.
That's
monument.
That's
would you agree, dude? That has two models, both thinking they're both the same, up and down.
I agree with what?
Yeah, that it's a monument to the curvature of the Earth.
I think that's a matter of opinion, but I would agree that it shows curvature of the Earth. Yeah.
Okay.
Would you pretty much agree with 100% of everything they said and pretty much 0% of everything we say?
No, there are things that that you guys say that I do agree with.
That's right. We'll carry on.
I totally agree with that.
It really is.
That is the globe prediction.
Are you sure? Have you seen all of those at different water levels?
I'm
Toons?
sure that is the globe
have
prediction.
you seen? Right, so see, McToon's here is saying he's sure that that model is the globe prediction.
Yeah, the model prediction. Yeah.
But that's a hump right in the middle. That is definitely different, isn't it, than a drop? Because that's like a rise in the middle rather than a drop away, down and away from horizontal. That is like a rise, isn't it?
Yeah, it's both a Humpty and a Dumpty.
Yeah. Carry on.
I will clarify
I'm not sure what you mean.
I am sure that is the globe prediction.
So, and you can't make this up. I mean, it's just, there it is. I mean,
you can't make it up, can you? No. You can't make that up. You can't. You just can't. Like, it's got to be the truth because you can't make it up. Jesse's just said.
I collected the data, processed it, output it. That's it. Here, and all this is just me trying to create views so you can see it. So there it is. Now, let's see. Where are we going next? Okay, so there's the chord. You can check that math if you want. This was pretty cool, though. Today I found this morning. I was just doing some searching on I forget what, but I came up. What I was really trying to find was construction, old historic, maybe photography of them building the causeway, and I thought maybe somebody captured some surveyors out there doing the work. I didn't find any of that, but I did find this article. This is from 2011, and somebody, I haven't read the whole thing yet, but he is talking about computing the radius of the Earth using this bridge. So it's interesting. I'm going to take a look at this. I'm just showing you a couple portions of it, but look what I did.
Listen closely, please.
I took a sample, just creating that blue circle is the result of doing what's called a three coplanar points in 3D would describe a circle. So I selected one of my beginning points, one in the middle, and one at the end. I'm making sure that I didn't pick one of the humps. I wanted to make sure I was picking, the points here on the level spans.
Right. The lower deck, as I call it.
And bam, there's the radius of the Earth.
Let me pause you here and just make sure that everybody in the chat or anybody that's listening right now that may have started reading the chat and not really paying attention, pay attention here, okay? Jesse has measured the curvature of the Earth, and he has measured the radius based on that curvature. That's what Jesse did.
I did.
So there is no presupposing R anymore. Okay.
No, we have R.
It has been directly measured by Jesse.
Big claim there, right?
Wow.
Yeah. Did you see how he did it, or did you miss it? Magic trick? Jesse, he did this. Everybody, take note here. Did you see what he did? Do you want to hear it again, just in case you missed it? This is quite impressive.
Computing the radius of the Earth using this bridge. So it's interesting. I'm going to take a look at this. I'm just showing you a couple portions of it. But look what I did. I took a sample, just creating that blue circle is the result of doing what's called a three coplanar points in 3D would describe a circle. So I selected one of my beginning points, one in the middle, and one at the end, making sure that I didn't pick one of the humps. I wanted to make sure I was picking, the points here on the level spans.
Right. The lower deck, as I call it.
And bam, there's the radius of the Earth.
Let me
see that?
Oh, yeah.
I know you did. We'll leave everybody else guessing for a bit. We'll come back to it at some other point. But you've just witnessed a wizardry trick. Pure spell casting.
Pause you here and just make sure that everybody in the chat or anybody that's listening right now that may have started reading the chat and not really
Soundly's about to distract you.
Jesse has measured the curvature of the Earth, and he has measured the radius based on that curvature. That's what Jesse did.
I did.
So there is
he
no
didn't.
presupposing R anymore. Okay.
No, we have R.
It has been directly measured.
It hasn't.
By Jesse Kozlowski.
No, it hasn't.
During Globe Earth Tourism 2019.
Yeah.
So
Roger that.
R is no longer presupposed.
No, it's actually
was.
It's monumented.
Exactly. In the monument to the curvature of the Earth.
20 some miles long. So here's what happened here. I did a comparison of what, and again, I didn't sit here and calculate this myself. I just
That's right. You did not
these 3
sit there and calculate.
I did not sit there and calculate it myself. No. Who did?
They have a funny definition for words, because directly measured to me is different than using this online curvature calculator and measuring a little bridge and saying you directly measured the radius of the Earth.
From what? Can you remember? Or did the wizard trick work on you? Hopefully the songs haven't gone past you by that we've been putting out.
The three coplanar points.
Coplanar points.
Yeah.
I caught that too. Jesse would use the term, he would say he calculated, and then Soundly would say he measured, which are 2 totally different things.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right, Brandon. Calculating and measuring are complete opposites.
Exactly. So first of all, he took this data with the GPS. It gave him elevation.
Right. Yeah.
So he's got these elevation points, and then using his WGS84 model, right?
No. He took the points, right? Yeah, we took the points. The ones that we had for the chord, they were the first point and the last point. So he showed us the chord, and then 1 point from the middle that's on the level, right?
Which was 28 meters.
Which was 28 meters higher. So, if they're 3 coplanar points, what plane would they be in?
Cross section of the Earth.
Exactly. It makes no sense. That's
so would those 3 points describe a circle?
Yes.
No, they would describe a triangle. That's what 3 points do. Surely.
They could describe a triangle, but in his case, what he's using it for is to work out the dimensions of the circle.
Yeah. So that 28 meters is an actual rise in the center of that bridge. 28 meters higher than both of the end points.
You know what he did? He measured the elevation across the bridge, and that's all the same horizontal. But he presupposed Earth curvature, and he added 28 meters to the center. Then he took that presupposed curve, and then he created a sphere from the sphere that he used to create the bending horizontal.
Exactly. That's what I was getting at. Exactly, Clary. Well said.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it was well said, but yeah.
Well, I understood it.
Yeah, he described the process earlier when he said they start with the state plane and they convert to a globe, and then they go back to the state plane. He's just showing us the middle part.
Yeah.
How they do it.
Yeah, that's all like not like they were all coplanar, But I mean, for them to be coplanar, I think you're assuming that they must have been driving in a dead straight line. Because I mean, when I think coplanar, especially since he said that he'd made a plane across the bridge at the beginning on the water level, he makes a triangle of 3 points to establish his plane. And then, obviously, the only thing he can do is measure an elevation rise of 28 meters in the middle of that bridge. Which is impossible. Because water can't put itself into a negative pressure state. I don't think the water's even that deep.
The water can't hump itself up.
Yeah, it can't conform to what the surface underneath it either, can it?
Whatever surface is underneath everything is some kind of horizontal baseline.
Well, and then, you know, that process you described, Claire, was they still are presupposing it's all assumed that they're on a globe anyway, right?
Exactly.
And then Soundly is going to declare that they have actually measured a concrete measurement of the radius. I mean, that is just crazy.
Yeah, it is amazing. I'm glad you appreciate it, man.
It's been sat there for over a year, this.
You're crazy.
Not only claiming they did, but by using 3 coplanar points.
Yeah.
Well, you gotta have 3 points to make a plane, and like Parmesan Cheese said, that could be a vertical plane. He's inferring it's a horizontal plane, which is not a curved surface. So it's all wordplay and wizardry.
Well, I would have to say again that, like I said the other night, if in order for you to say coplanar, 3 coplanar points, that's an overstatement. Unless you're actually talking about points that are on the same plane. Because 3 non-collinear points will express the plane. That's what you need to define the plane, is 3 non-collinear points. So for you to say 3 coplanar points means that they're all on the same plane already.
Yes, and they are.
Which
and the plane
which
being
plane?
a cross section, a vertical cross section from that
A
bridge.
vertical plane. Well, how would you know that they're both like
How do you,
on
yeah,
that plane?
How do you know that?
Sorry, say that again.
How do you know they're on the same plane in that direction? Because he did say that he's got a deviance in his thing from 2 centimeters to 4 centimeters, right?
Well, up and down.
Well, yeah, vertical and horizontal. It's not accurate in either axis. He said that at the beginning.
Sure.
I'll be back in a little while.
Okay. So how do you know that they are on the same plane then?
Well, that small of a deviation doesn't mean you can't use them as a coplanar points to work out properties of a circle.
Sorry?
It's a small deviation.
If I have a flat sheet of paper that's horizontal, and I cut out a triangle, but I stand it up on that flat sheet of paper, those are both planes, right, in their own respect?
I think a better example would be if you just had on that sheet of paper, you just put 3 dots on it, and they are 3 dots they are 3 coplanar dots.
Yeah, on like a horizontal plane. I can understand
just
that.
on a sheet of
if you
paper.
were saying that they were all on the same level, right? I would assume that was the plane you were talking about. But obviously, you can't have a plane on your level, can you? Because your level curves. You can't have a plane that curves, because that's not mathematically possible, is it?
If you take a cross section of the Earth, then you have a plane. That cross section is a plane. and you end up with a circle on that plane, which is what he's ended up with here.
You take a cross section of something that's spherical, then you end up with a circle. So are you not presupposing a sphere there, though? And is that what's leading you to assume that your level is curved? And what stops you from having a coplanar point that is on a horizontal, on the same level? And then imagine, because you can't describe a circle from 3 coplanar points on the same horizontal plane, can you? Because that would be absolutely crazy to be able to think that you could do that.
You can describe a circle in the plane of the 3 points, yeah.
You describe a circle with a center point and the distance from that center, i.e. a radius. You do not describe a circle with 3 coplanar points.
Yeah, you can use the 3 coplanar points to work out the properties of the circle.
It's much better to work out the properties of a triangle. You're looking for the, what's it called, the circumcenter, is it? And can you imagine trying to find out the circumcenter of a triangle of that sort of a shape? Because you are assuming that it's a vertical plane that these 3 coplanar points are on.
Well, that's what they are.
What they are. They aren't. They were all 5.7 meters above thingy, and they were taken in the X, Y, Z coordinates. He said that. So if they were all on the X, Y, Z coordinates, then on the Z coordinate, there was no 28 meter change. None. It just didn't exist. They were all 5.7, 5.8 meters, all the way across.
Those were elevation measurements. Those were not XYZ coordinate measurements.
They were X, Y. He did say that. X, Y, Z. He said that at the very beginning.
Yes, when he was referring.
And we asked Rodney, who actually does deal with this and works with them. We confirmed with him at the beginning. The X and the Y are the plane, and the Z is your elevation change. Like, is that not what you're saying now? Because you are speaking for against an actual surveyor, and you are speaking for the other surveyors. I think you're speaking for Jesse and all of that now, are you? You're confirming what Jesse is saying.
Well, I agree with what Jesse said. So I don't know what you.
Well, I agree with what Jesse said when he put all of those measurements on that bridge, saying that the bridge was all 5.7, 5.8 meters, right? I agree with all of that because that's about the same distance across the water. Now I say the water level in that Lake Pontchartrain, will be level-ish, right? It will have the same level and it'll be horizontal. There won't be a 28 meter hump in the middle of it.
Well, I disagree with that point. I think there will be a curve there.
A curve in the water on the bridge.
Yes.
And measurable, like Jesse said.
Yes, measurable in the way he did it.
Right, so over 24... Well, it's 24 miles, that bridge, 23.7 miles all the way across. So from one end to the centre, that would be 12 miles. You give us that. And there you have to go up 28 metres in 12 miles.
Okay.
Does that sound reasonable? Up a 28 metre hump in 12 miles.
Yeah, what about it?
Well, didn't you just before say that the water dropped?
Well, depending which perspective you're looking at.
What perspective? Perspective doesn't change anything. Perspective does not change the physical positions of anything. Jesse even said that. Did you agree with him when he said that?
That was talking about something different.
No, he was talking about the physical points of the sign will not change.
Yeah.
Due to perspective. So perspective doesn't change the points of anything. Jesse Kozlowski, he said that.
Say whether water goes, the curve goes up and down, or whether it just drops away from you. In essence, they're the same thing. It just
don't know, dude. Come on.
It just depends.
Is not the same as down. It isn't. It just isn't. And you'd be foolish to suggest it could be. Up is the opposite of down. They can't be the same.
Yeah, and I'm not saying they are the same. What I'm saying is how you describe what's happening to the surface.
Horizontal is how we describe it, right? We have a straight line that goes horizontal. You have an imaginary drop that is cancelled out by an imaginary hump that you consider both being the same. And you know what happens when you have a positive and a negative and you add them together? You end up with a line in the middle. That's your horizontal baseline.
So the reason it's different, if I could finish my point, the reason it's different is when we first talked about it, we were talking about how it behaves, how the surface behaves in relation to a horizontal. So you're standing, you have a horizontal line that you've established, and you asked me whether it drops away from it, and it does. Here, he's not comparing it to a horizontal, he's comparing it to a chord, which is not horizontal, which is two points on a
level
on the outside of a circle, and if you draw a line between them,
two level points, one at the beginning and one at the end.
Any 2 points on the circumference
imagine
of a circle,
it's a water level,
and you draw a straight line between them. That line will go through the middle of the circle, through the inside of the circle, if I will, not the middle, sorry.
Yeah.
Through the inside of the circle.
Yeah,
that's not horizontal. A horizontal will be tangential. And
that's the difference between the Kozlowski nutsack drop and the Kozlowski-Bislin hump. They're two different models.
They're not two different models.
Yeah, you do.
They're just
right,
two
look,
different lines.
You've got to imagine you are holding a water level, or you and a friend. You're holding, each of you has one end of a water level.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now, the Kozlowski nutsack drop states that one of you has to be lower than the other. Right? Now, the Kozlowski-Bislin hump model, this one that he's just on at the minute, Lake Pontchartrain, states that you two can both be level. And the hump occurs at the midpoint. They are two completely separate and totally different models. I tried to explain to you at the beginning. You don't even understand your model that you're dealing with. That's why I made this video. There's a disconnect. For the people that have a model, you're in trouble, because these are two completely different models, and all you need to do is hold a water level, because you can't imagine the center point of a water level. It doesn't have one. Well, it does have one. But we can do a pressure test on it, a hydrostatic test, to find out where the equilibrium point of the middle bit. That'd be interesting, wouldn't it? But you get to see what I mean, right? You do have two different models. One of them, it drops away from horizontal. And the other one is, well, that chord at the middle, would that not be parallel with the midpoint horizontal? I think it would. Maybe. Carry on anyway.
Points you could pick. I guess you could pick a whole sampling of them. And by the way, this is just the southbound lane. I didn't even look at the northbound yet. But we're within 0.5%, right? Somebody can check my math. But and again, I didn't sit here and calculate this myself. I just that is what we see here. So they did a
pretty
great
good
job.
measurement, I'd have to say, Jesse.
I think so. That still won't stop me from going up to Maine to do the Alberuni method. I want to definitely meet up with Justamaniac. He's on YouTube, Justamaniac. Take a look. A surveyor up in Maine, and he's in my Facebook group, Geodetic Surveying Facebook group, and he did the Alberuni method using zenith angles to the horizon of the ocean from a mountaintop. And this spring, I got to go do that. It's just something I want to do. So what are these guys doing?
Again.
Well, they're checking the lumber, right? Make sure it's straight.
He's laughing.
Everybody understands this, but everyone freaks out when they're looking at your photography thinking you have somehow magically changed the shape of the bridge. It's just, I don't know. I shake my head. I don't know how to I can't take that seriously, I guess. But that's what they want to do. So here, let's take this circle. We're going to turn it a little bit, turn it a little more. I mean, doesn't that make sense? If you turn the thing and look at it straight on, it's going to change shape. Why? What? From perspective, right? So that's why I made this video called The Clown Frown Found, because we found the clown frown. And this is the thing that flat earthers want to see. They want to look out on the horizon and they want to see a curve like this. But that doesn't make any...
You see what I did there? See what I did there? On the left-hand side, there's a little bit of logic that says if the horizontal is parallel to the horizon, then horizontal is parallel with horizontal. It just so happens he's got a cross area and then the horizon, and this horizontal is parallel to the horizon. So that would state that within the logic that horizontals are parallel and they can't intersect with each other, because you'd be mad to think that they could.
Any sense, because the distance from here to here is small compared to the distance from here out to here. When this telescope is set level, and you notice that the horizon does not rise to eye level. This thing's only about 12 feet elevation. Yet I'm way over top of that lighthouse. Now, I'm going to just show you this because it helps, I think, get across this whole idea about what is it? The angle of attack? Is that what it is?
Right.
Okay, so everybody should understand that this is a side view, right? You're here and you're looking that way.
Right. I have to apologise for all people everywhere for this, what's about to occur. Jesse's trying to do here.
Right. So what happens if we turn that chart? So if I'm holding that chart in my hands and I turn it and turn it a little more, now I'm looking down it and everything's compressed. Right?
Yep.
Right. Everybody's still with me. Can you see that? What Jesse's just done there? He's just turned a flat piece of paper.
Isn't that what happens?
Am I still here? Hello? Hello?
That's why people use it, right?
Oh, dude, how long have I been away for?
But
Oh,
that's,
a while.
that's what I'm,
Yeah,
that's
I
what I'm
thought
saying.
I'd better
We
come
don't.
and get you. I got kicked straight after you too, Bev. Somebody kicked you, and then somebody kicked me.
So I've been doing this presentation to no one.
Is
Or
somebody
For
kicking people?
about 2 minutes. You've been
that
gone
what's
for about two minutes.
WS is a mod. He's probably kicking everybody.
Yeah, somebody is kicking because I got kicked as soon as I came on and said all those measurements, the physical measurements were the same. I got kicked straight away, and I had to rejoin.
They're not the upset.
I don't know,
Must
but
be, Bev. Must
it's been
be.
about 5 minutes, Bev. If you want to pick back up, we had a pretty good discussion about how they arrived at the cord.
Oh, right. So where did I go then? Let's see that. Can let me get this back because I was on the big screen. I can't. Right, how's that? Can you see that?
Let me see here.
Magically
Yeah, there we
changed
go.
the shape.
I got it.
Did you get to see them doing the bending wood thing again?
Nope.
Nope. Right, so where were we? We were back at the radius, were we?
Yeah.
It was right when you were talking to Parmesan. Right at that point, you got kicked.
Oh. Right, okie. Well, I think this is where I kick back off again.
Horizon of the ocean from a mountaintop. And this spring, I got to go do that. It's just something
Was it this bit here? Did you get to hear about what he wanted to do in the spring?
No, we haven't heard this bit.
Oh, well, maybe this then. Some of you might have been listening to it already know.
Because you've already had this video up. They know what's coming.
Yeah. Interesting to know if we get kicked again.
Well,
So
I'll
what are
look
these
after
guys
and
doing?
see if it's in the logs who kicked us.
Yeah.
But if I find out who's kicking us, they're obviously going to be banned from the server. So whoever the hell is doing that, knock it off.
Cool.
Well, they're checking the lumber, right? Make sure it's straight.
No, wait a minute.
Everybody
Did we miss that? Did we miss the bit?
Found yet. But we're within 0.5%, right? Somebody can check my math. And again, I didn't sit here and calculate this myself. That is what we see here. So they did a great job.
Measurement, I'd have to say, Jesse.
I think so. That still won't stop me from going up to Maine.
This one here. Am I still here?
You are.
Yeah.
To do the Alberuni method. I want to definitely meet up with Just a Maniac. He's on YouTube, Just a Maniac. Take a look. A surveyor up in Maine, and he's in my Facebook group, Geodetic Surveying Facebook group, and he did the Alberuni method using zenith angles to the horizon of the ocean from a mountaintop. And this spring, I got to go do that. It's just something I want to do. So what are these guys doing?
Okay, I don't think that guy is actually on YouTube. I don't think you can actually look him up. I'm still here.
And
We've
he
not
said
been kicked, have we?
I didn't calculate this myself.
Yeah.
So I think that's what they didn't want people hearing.
It's all of this. We go back to the Q thing again, looking down the pieces of wood. Magic trick.
Well, they're checking the lumber, right? Make sure it's straight. Everybody understands this, but everyone freaks out when they're looking at your photography thinking you have somehow magically changed the shape of the bridge. It just, I don't know. I shake my head. I don't know how to I can't take that seriously, I guess. But that's what they want to do. So here, let's take this circle. We're going to turn it a little bit, turn it a little more. I mean, doesn't that make sense? If you turn the thing and look at it straight on, it's going to change shape. Why? From perspective, right? So that's why I made this video called the Clown Frown found, because we found the clown frown. And this is the thing that flat earthers want to see. They want to look out on the horizon and they want to see a curve like this.
There you go. So this is the bit that I wanted to point out, that we've got a nice bit of logic that we've made for a t-shirt DP design, that states that if the horizontal is parallel to the horizon, then the horizontal is parallel with the horizontal, thus meaning they can't intersect with each other if they're parallel. And he's got a picture there of a crosshair that's horizontal and a horizon, and they're both parallel to each other. So, are we still here?
Yeah, we're here. Sorry.
Yeah, I have to keep checking now. So that would state that, just from basic logic, that horizontals cannot intersect. And horizons are horizontal. And the horizontal is derived from horizon. And I go even one step further to say that the water level establishes a horizontal and therefore the horizon. So they can't intersect. And I can't really say any more than that. It's quite simple.
So, Bev, do you think when they built the Lake Pontchartrain Bridge, that when they were building it, pier by pier, column by column, right? Do you think they looked out to the horizon to check some sort of measurement and then decided how tall those piers should be? Or do you think they just dropped a tape measure down to the surface of the fucking lake and it was like, yeah, that's within a quarter inch?
No, they would have used a
line.
level and used the datum to establish it.
Sea level benchmarks.
Yeah.
Can I ask who earlier said something about, well, if they wouldn't get their grades right if they did anything any other way? Could I ask who said that? Someone mentioned the word grade. They couldn't get their grades properly.
I don't remember who that was, Jimbo.
That was me.
Thank you. When you're doing these calculations, I don't care what instrument you're using, your calculator, you set it to grades, to gradient.
You don't calculate, you measure.
Well, anyway,
you have to calculate your grade.
You use gradient in the calculations.
Right. You don't actually measure grade or slope. You have to calculate it.
Gradients.
Okay.
Yeah, so like the builders who are doing the project, they will take the raw data, the state plane coordinates, and they will work from a set elevation to get their grade. They will do their calculations depending on if they want a 1% or 2%, whatever grade they want. They'll calculate it from that baseline elevation.
The same point, exactly.
Or 5% for plumbing. Different runs on plumbing lines in your house are critical to have at a specific angle, or they just won't work.
Yeah, it all depends on what they're trying to do and what the purpose of, because the whole purpose of grade is mainly water flow, to make sure water's flowing in the right direction. They have to account for it. So
water flowing back to level. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
And so my point earlier, Brandon, was about, the guys that built the bridge the bridge was built first, and then it seems simple, right? You can come back in with all these experts, Jesse Kozlowski and Maine Surveyor and all this, and they can come in and survey the bridge and show us 5.7 meters all across the whole goddamn bridge. But then they throw in that distance to center of the earth, right? They throw in the R value and say, there's 23 meters hump in the top of that bridge. That's why Soundly's camera shows a curve.
It's a planar system surveying that works with grades, slopes, little angles, usually straight angles, bending down from horizontal.
I don't think what they're doing is showing that the radius of the Earth causes Soundly's pictures to look like that.
What do you think?
Well, we're going to get there in a minute because Jesse's going to explain exactly what's happened.
I can't wait.
But that doesn't make any sense because the distance from here to here is small compared to the distance from here out to here. When this telescope is set level, and you notice that the horizon does not rise to eye level.
Oh.
This thing's only about 12 feet elevation.
We know it doesn't rise.
Yet I'm way over top of that lighthouse. Now, I'm going to just show you this because it helps, I think, get across this whole idea about, what is it? The angle of attack? Is that what it is?
Right.
Okay, so everybody should understand that this is a side view, right? This is, you're here and you're looking that way.
Right, I have to apologise for all ballers here because I'm sure this isn't normal behaviour. I mean, he's trying to depict a sphere here, right? I apologise for this.
Right. So what happens if we turn that chart? So if I'm holding that chart in my hands and I turn it and turn it a little more, now I'm looking down it and everything's compressed. Right?
Yep.
Isn't that what happens?
Right.
So now
is that what happens? I don't know what he was trying to do there. He's just turned a piece of paper sideways.
Let's compare that to this. If I set this aside, let me move this over a little bit and bring the chart here. And we're going to just zoom in because this thing's only about, 8 miles away. So we're going to just zoom into this little area right there. See?
Look at that one. Yeah, you can actually see it kind of going over the horizon maybe right there at the very end.
Yeah, looks curved to me. Dun, dun, dun.
Walter Bislin, shout out to Walter Bislin, who has been in the chat. Thank you, Walter.
Awesome.
For all of your awesome work. Really awesome.
Yeah, I'm just smiling here. So he took the data that I sent him initially and created this app, and it's under development. So let's realize there's still things to be done with it. And I'm not really good at using it. I'm going to try my best to demonstrate it tonight. But so here's a kind of a side view, But now you come over here, and this is about from, like, say, the hotel. And it looks a lot like your photo. In fact, the rental car I had was a submarine car. I had to go underwater. That's over
so
there.
Just to clarify, this is your data that Walter has taken, and he has rendered it in a 3D space.
Yes.
And this is what we're getting.
Yes.
Right, so this is Jesse's raw data, XYZ coordinate data, that he's handed to Walter, and Walter has done this. Am I still here? Have I been kicked again? Have I been kicked again then?
Yeah, you were right there on the bridge where they said we got to go underwater.
Wow.
I'm keeping an eye on it. If you get kicked, I'll message you straight away and let you know.
Okay, there's only a few minutes left, but I mean, this is the Walter Bislin bit, right?
Yeah, they just said the submarine car, and they were laughing, and then
So he took the data that I sent him initially, and
okay, let me get me back on again then.
Because they know that water cannot hump, it cannot support itself.
And he's laughing about the submarine car.
Yep, mocking people.
Created this app, and it's under development. So let's realize there's still things to be done with it, and I'm not really good at using it. I'm going to try my best to demonstrate it tonight. But so here's a kind of a side view, But now you come over here, and
hold on, I'm not
this is about.
Yet. Oh, there we go. Sorry about that, guys. I was we have one less mod in the Discord now. So if somebody does get kicked again, we'll know something else is going on.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, WS does not want this stuff going out. Trust me, he's been telling us for a long time.
Oh, Walter. It must got to be Walter, right? Behind this. This is the Walter bit. This is all about Walter. Walter's took Jesse's XYZ coordinates and made this model. Here we go.
From, like, say, the hotel. And it looks a lot like your photo. In fact, the rental car I had was a submarine car. I had to go underwater. You know,
So,
that's over there.
Just to clarify, this is your data that Walter
Yes.
has taken, and he
Yes.
has rendered it in a 3D space.
Yes.
And this is what we're getting.
Yes.
Right, here are all those confirmations.
Yeah.
Just took the XYZ coordinates Walter has, and Walter has rendered this to give them this model. Look at the hump of the water. Take it in. View it.
Yeah, but remember, he didn't take the raw data, though. He took the data after it had been converted.
No, he took
to
the
make this model,
XYZ coordinates, didn't he? That's what he said. He left them in that XYZ. He did talk about what they normally do, but they said he wasn't going to do that this time. I mean, all of this is out there for you to watch. You know, the Soundly stuff. I mean, he wants it shared.
Rodney, to get from the raw data to the XYZ coordinates, they have to put it through the software, right?
I mean, the raw data is in XYZ coordinates.
Isn't it in elevation coordinates, and then they put
It's
it
on
through the
state
software?
plane, yeah, state plane XYZ coordinates.
Cartesian plane coordinates.
Okay.
You got
And then
northing, easting, and elevation. That's the raw data. That's the XYZ.
And then you use the software model to curve it. Just because you want to.
And they would probably still call that XYZ too. I mean, just, I don't know if that's what he's trying to do, but he definitely didn't take the raw data and build that model because the elevation changes don't match up to the model.
You know what's funny is the very first picture that we're shown of Soundly's, you know, the reason why this whole conversation started because Soundly took a fucking picture, right? And then look at the very end of this whole almost 2 hour presentation that Bislin comes up with, and magically it looks CGI just like Soundly. Wow.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing. Jesse has given him the coordinates that were all on the same height, right, on the same plane, let's say, and Walter has made a model for him.
Yeah, it's the unholy trinity. It's a corrupt optics guy, a corrupt surveyor, and a corrupt software guy working together.
And does the model fit the picture?
Well, that's what do you think? Jesse's giving him a load of data. He's making a model to make it fit a picture. I mean, that's what they're doing, right?
They're using the standard
that when
software
you
model,
saw
right?
the measurements. You saw them put up the physical measurements, not a calculation, nothing pre-assumed, just the physical measurements. And it was horizontal, level.
Yeah, I mean, look at the picture on the screen. Look at what he says the water's doing.
Do you think 18-wheeler trucks are going up over that hump like that?
Yeah, but you've never looked down a board at the store, though, have you?
Yeah, a pill cue, perhaps.
Yeah.
But he even says perspective, you can't look at something, perspective doesn't change the actual physical measurements.
No, it's just optics.
We keep going, though, right? Because it does explain it more.
Brandon, I have eyeballed a 20-foot 2x4 before, and it was curved.
Well, you got to find the crown of the board. You got to find the crown of the lumber.
But no, it means the earth is curved. That's why. The board is actually straight and level and horizontal.
Yeah.
To bowlers, right?
All right.
And
very interesting.
Yeah, it is really. It's just awesome. So these are he took the XYZ coordinates.
See, there you go.
He wrote his own program to convert them back to lat and long. He computed. He's done absolute geodetic software writing. I mean, it's like he's got all the calculations in here. It's awesome. So, well, here's the side.
See, you get that? He even wrote his own calculations to turn it into lat and long. Walter Bislin, he's fantastic. He took the XYZ coordinate data, wrote his own program to turn them to lat and long, and then he's designed this. He's done absolute geodetic software. Whatever. It's fantastic. Walter's great.
Side view. And, you're not going to see the curve from the side.
Right.
You see? That's the whole point. But you can measure.
Do you hear that as well? That's the whole point, that you can't see it.
Can't see it.
You can't see it from the side. No. You have to turn it.
Why would you
It's
ever
there,
think
you
you
can
could
measure
see a hump from the
The
side?
actual shape, and I'd like to point this out too. We're talking about the actual shape of the Earth. This is like going out and touching it. It's like including a whole other sense. It's not just an observation of a photograph.
Listen, this is like a hypnotic state. He's got everybody in now. Listen to the way Soundly's talking. I'll backtrack it a little bit.
Bev, real quick, also, it's hypnotic, and yes, we know where he's going, but I think we're traveling down the wrong path here, right? We're trying to show that the Earth is level and flat and horizontal.
No, we're not. I'm just showing you what goes on with these curveyors.
We need to bum rush Soundly's house and grab the camera he used.
No, we
and take
don't.
Another picture of another body of water, right? Because
No, I don't advocate that at all.
Oh, come on.
Leave Soundly
I'm
alone,
joking,
please.
But come on, it's a
People
one-off.
take things like that seriously, man.
Yeah.
I think you know that.
Are there? Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so listen to Soundly. Listen to the way he talks and the way, particularly what he says Jesse does.
Point. But you can measure it. It's there. You can measure it.
The actual shape, and I'd like to point this out too. We're talking about the actual shape of the Earth. This is like going out and touching it. It's like including a whole other sense. It's not just an observation of a photograph. It's not photographic. It's not optical. There's no refraction involved here. This is us going out and literally touching the surface of the bridge and saying, this is what the geometry actually is.
So yeah, let's tie it both together. You're right. There's no telescope involved here. This is just 3D points as a result of that GPS survey, which matches the old school survey. Those surveyors who laid this thing out and the guys who built this level across that water. I mean, like I said, it's a standing monument to the curvature of the Earth. There it is.
And this, again, is the Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinates. So these are X, Y, and Z coordinates plotted in a 3D space.
Yes.
And this is what you get.
That's right. So,
what does he mean by that?
Again,
Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinates.
That's the reference ellipsoid.
Yeah, they have a pre-assumed radius, don't they? That they just add to the underneath, right?
Yeah, they got to tell you what they're doing.
He has been actually keeping away from that, though, right, Rodney? He's been saying they're not involving that at all, and now Soundly's just injected it in there.
Yeah, I caught it earlier.
Did you notice he also injected that we need another sense to be able to touch the Earth? Like as if our senses that we've got now are not good enough, and this is like having a new sense that enables you to be able to, really feel the Earth the way it is.
What he's talking about is this 3D model that Walter's made. That is it, right? This whole Walter Bislin model that has been manufactured by Walter specifically for this purpose.
He's confirming it to himself, Soundly.
Yeah, Yeah, he's like he's hypnotizing himself.
Yeah, that's a really good point, Paige.
Yeah, there's kind of another layer of trickery with using the Earth-based, languages, because when most people hear that in their mind, they're going to picture the globe, but in reality, he's talking about the ellipsoid, not even a globe.
Yeah. Yeah. Got to carry on.
And I just want to point out that, that is the northbound. There I am over in Mandeville, turning around, and then I came back and did the southbound. So, and there it is from the side. You're not going to see curvature from the side. Just, you're talking a couple of 100 feet on end to end from the side view. And we're looking in that direction, which looks that way. See how that looks? You're looking out. Okay. And so the curve drops away from the horizontal tangent downward like that. That's how it works.
Right.
Yeah. I don't know why people can't understand
He just swapped to the other model.
Seems pretty straightforward to me, Jesse.
He has both models in his head. That's what happens when you
he's doing
have
them
this
both at once.
Yeah.
Yeah, he Penrose himself.
There it is.
Boom! Look at that. Wow.
Wow.
Now,
you can kind of see some refraction going on there.
I think so.
Look, he can see some refraction going on there. Now, as Mick West told me about this particular view and everything, perspective compression, which is the particular photographic technique Soundly uses to do this bridge, it magnifies a slight curve. This is what Jesse's been trying to explain by looking down the piece of wood, looking down the pool cue. When you look at it, they call that perspective compression. And that magnifies a slight curve. Now, Soundly has just said that there is some refraction in that picture. Now, if there is some refraction in that picture and the photographic technique of perspective compression magnifies a slight curve, then it would also magnify a slight refraction in the area where that refraction was taking place, thus making the refraction look like a curve. And
especially when you get up in the hotel and look down on something and then you compress
The
it.
only thing that's curving in that picture is the bridge. Like, the water
humps.
isn't.
The only thing curving in that picture is this lens, actually.
Yeah, you can see the shoreline. You can see the magnified water towers back there that are being drawn in.
Yeah.
Super magnified from the camera.
Yeah, that
How big are those cell towers?
Yeah, that water
Yeah.
tower in the background is like 3 miles on beyond, isn't it?
27 miles away.
It's being
We
magnified.
did an analysis of that water tower based on the size. We had some assumptions built in, but based on where the horizon is and the size of that water tower, we shouldn't see that big bulb sticking up over the tree line.
It's not that
Yeah,
big,
there's a lot
is
of
it?
factors involved with that.
Yeah, there is. You just can't look at something that distant and go and make that kind of calculation. We all know that.
Yeah.
See, if you notice, the headlights are on the vehicles. It's probably afternoon sun. Just the right light on the side of the bridge right there.
Yeah.
And I know you guys have all seen water towers. That one looks like it's about 3 miles away to the naked eye, right?
Oh yeah, yeah. It's way out of proportion.
Yeah, that's crazy. That thing there.
That's some tall trees too, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Redwood.
I gotta cut off, but I want to say it's been a really great show today. I want to really thank you guys for putting this together. I wish I could stay till final thoughts, but I gotta get going. I'm sorry.
Catch you later, Rob.
All right, Rob. See you, man.
Later, Rob.
There's only about 10 minutes left of this video.
Look at that. Refraction in the observation versus the actual geometry of the bridge side by
actual geometry of the bridge. Now that that upsets me, but we'll let him go.
By side, compare and contrast. Compare and contrast that with Walter Bislin's models. So we basically have three different things here. We have Walter Bislin modeling it, saying this is what it should look like. You go out and measure it. You say this is what it feels like, and I go and.
Do you hear what he said? Jesse did there. Like, this is great.
The observation versus the actual geometry of the bridge, side by side. Compare and contrast. Compare and contrast that with Walter Bislin's models. So we basically have three different things here. We have Walter Bislin modeling it, saying this is what it should look like. You go out and measure it. You say this is what it feels like, and I go.
Jesse tells you what it feels like.
Yeah, he put the feel on him.
Feels, yeah. Jesse told him what it feels like, and
photograph it and say this is what it looks like, and
correct.
They all agree with each other.
Yes, and keep in mind he could not import all the points. He sparsely displayed. I collected a lot of points. Let's put it that way. 30.
I thought he said every third point or something like that.
Yeah. So he didn't need. In other words, he didn't need. Let me get my mouse going here. He didn't need ... That's sufficient.
Right.
To show you the shape.
He collected points every 33 feet.
Any denser than that.
Yeah,
that is amazing right there, man.
Now I think it is great, and yeah. So he's working on the app. I'm going to just show the app right now without the photo.
Well, hold on before you leave here.
All right.
Let me make this point, and let me make it very clear.
Yeah.
For every debunker that's out there, every debunker that hears on a day-to-day basis, it's all to do with refraction and atmosphere and optics and all that. All of those arguments are completely defeated. Every single picture that we have showing curvature is now back on the board, because here we are. We have measurements showing what the actual geometry of the bridge is, completely independent of any optical observation, and it matches the optical observation. And if anything, the optical observation is showing that
completely
there is
independent of any optical.
Yeah. That's like for the last year, soundly said to every debunker, don't listen to anything any flat earthers say, because what we've done is we've give Walter a load of coordinates and he's made it fit around my picture. Apart from this, whatever this is down here, I don't know what happened down here. There's a bit of this here that he just doesn't seem to have been able to make it fit. Doesn't even fit the picture.
Yeah, it's just the picture. That's why.
This first bit here matches, but as soon as he got to about here, Walter must have gone, oh, I can't even do that.
Oh, fuck it.
Yeah, just stick him in the water down there. Never mind, nobody'll notice.
Refraction occurring that's making it look less curved.
Mm-hmm.
So all of these arguments coming from flat earthers defeated in one stroke right there, just by that data that Jesse went and collected. So use it. Use the data. Use Walter's application.
Yeah, let's take a look at it. And again, it's under development. So let's just see here. When you go to this app model. Isn't it fantastic? And that's just what I needed. I wrote him an email. I said, can you work with these 3D points and bring them in? Because again, I have to emphasize, like what I said at the very beginning, this is not something we would normally do as part of a survey, of a bridge. You would survey the bridge, and then you'd be producing AutoCAD maps of the structure, to be used in engineering. We do see more and more 3D type use now that we're doing lots of laser scanning.
Jesse, what did the engineers normally use? Right? He just said this is not something we'd normally use to actually survey the structure that's already been built. what did the surveyors that were building the structure actually use? Man? Come on.
It's just plans.
They would use the state plane coordinate system.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Drones are involved doing laser scanning and photography, and so 3D software is being used a lot. But like I said, I don't have that, and I can barely operate this app. Let me put it that way. But I'd like to learn how. But it's pretty cool. I mean, you throw the points in here, you can see. You come to the side, and this,
there it is.
As you zoom out,
look,
and you go all the way to the side, the span flattens out. You know, just the way it would if you were out here in a boat.
Yep.
You come over here, you go up into the hotel room.
There you go. Come on. Come on, press the button.
The Earth only curves in one direction.
Yeah, it is. It's the triangulated position.
There you go.
I think I do Control Shift, click. And that's the view from the hotel.
Wow, look at that.
Wow.
Wow.
Does that not look exactly like what we saw during the live stream?
No, it doesn't.
Look at that. That's from the hotel room. So this is all of Jesse's
So where's the hump?
Points that he
Soundly looks like a Cheshire cat.
Yeah, well, he's loving this. Loving it.
Soundly
He's
just said
loving it.
Soundly just said this is from the hotel room. I don't remember him putting a model up in front of his hotel. I thought he took a picture.
Yeah, what Jesse's going to tell him now is that he nailed his camera position in the hotel room for doing this particularly.
Perfect.
Yeah, he nailed it.
From the angle of the triangulated hotel room, because Jesse also triangulated the hotel room while we were there.
Yep. Actually, it's the position of your camera. I nailed that. And like I said, you know, here you can see
the model is built from the photograph.
You don't see when you go down into Manderville.
Right.
You're below.
That's all below the horizon. That's
You're
right.
below.
Yeah, I had to roll the windows up.
How hilarious is that? The water level dropping away over there.
But you could still see the tree line.
Yeah.
The shore.
That's ridiculous.
And the water thing. Yeah. Look, they're all laughing at it. It's funny.
Put it in amphibious mode. Oh, man.
Oh, man. Look at this.
No, the next thing we want to do is get those cell towers, you know?
Yeah.
On here.
Absolutely.
He's joking again how big they are.
I think that's all I had.
That's really amazing, man.
So again, this is the initial presentation of what we have. I do, like I said, I'm making an offer to anybody that wants to. If anybody has some ideas on how to render it in some way or do some animations, that would be cool. You can do this with an Android phone. You can log this actual these raw observables.
Right.
I found this was interesting. A little bit that he was telling us about how satellites work. This is an aside, but last 6 minutes.
Now you have to process that data. You've got to resolve these. These are pseudo ranges to the satellites or cell towers that are 12,000 miles away.
He did just say pseudo ranges.
Mm-hmm. False ranges.
I mean, these are actual.
That's a joke, guys. That's a joke.
Yeah. These are actually ranges from transmitters.
Exactly.
And they all intersect somewhere.
Which is why it's so silly whenever they start talking about stuff being on the ground. It's so silly. I mean,
I know.
We're talking about it recording distances to objects in three-dimensional space that aren't on the ground.
Right, and that's the thing. I give you the. There's two things. There's the observation file, which is actually recording the data from the satellites, the range data. And then there's the Keplerian orbital parameters to compute the XYZ positions of the satellites.
Mm-hmm.
This navigation file is not your position. This is to compute the position of the satellites at the instant of transmission.
Right.
So that you can intersect those ranges to come up with your position.
Right.
That's a lot of wording, a lot of gobbledygook, but that's what's happening.
How GPS works. I mean,
that's how it works.
Yeah.
That's how it works, right? If anybody just didn't hear that, you go back over it in your own time. But the satellite sends you a load of data, but it doesn't tell you where you are. It just sends you a load of data that you can calculate where the satellite was when it sent the data. So
ground satellite
yeah.
Yeah.
That's how GPS works, according
I'm
to
kind of
Stanley.
sure those towers in the background, those satellite towers that Rocky brought up, or not satellite, but those cell towers, didn't have anything to do with reception of the antenna on Kozlowski's.
Oh yeah, well, actual satellite positions are ground-based positions, right? I mean, we do know that.
Got a bunch of
But I mean,
antennas
you've got to let them think they have 12,000 miles away things that are flying around, and you can just calculate their position.
zipping around.
Yeah.
I got to tell you the truth. That's why he pointed out those cell towers. If they're getting
Exactly.
any GPS data, it's coming from there, and you shouldn't be able to see them like you do.
Yeah.
Exactly.
What I'm picturing in my head, Jesse, is people driving like Interstate 10 across Florida,
Right.
you know, which is going to be pretty much the same elevation the whole way. I mean, it's going to vary within reason, but when you're talking about hundreds of miles, if you can take something like that, and pipeline it into one of these, into this app where you can actually see that curvature, and you can have everybody doing that. You know, you don't need a camera. You just all we need is a pipeline. People can download this app, go straight from that, boom, put it into Walter's system, and there you go. You know, directly measuring the curvature.
I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, knowing Walter and the way he just programs stuff, he might be looking at this right now going, oh, I got to get that.
Yeah, maybe.
All of a sudden, you know, you'll be plugging in Rhinex files to his app and, you know, boom.
Yeah, obviously, if we had that kind of pipeline, that would be, to me, it would just be like, okay, that's the end. You know, like, what else is there to do? We've actually directly measured the shape of the Earth, the geometry of the Earth. We've directly touched the physical surface with a GPS receiver and know where that spot is. Like, at that point, you know the geometry, and you're not arguing about optics. You're not arguing about lenses being curved and silly things like that.
It will be interesting to see. Maybe interesting is not the word. What is the word? You know, to see what the next reason is. What is it?
What type of perversion they come up with?
Yeah. I mean, you just got to reach really far for something very obscure and strange. It was strange enough to hear me being told that surveying instruments are flawed and produce, you know, bad results. And, you know, then how did they build this causeway? How'd they build this thing level across there for 20 plus miles? I mean, surveying either works or it doesn't. You can't have it both ways. And so now we've brought it all together. We've got old school survey that built that causeway using theodolites and levels. And now we've done it with a modern approach using GPS and verified the shape of the bridge. I don't know what else there is to say about it right now. And we measured the radius of the Earth.
That causeway was built with theodolites.
Exactly. No more
causeway was built with theodolites and levels, and now we bring in GPS, you know, just to confirm.
Yeah, to confirm the 28.5 meter hump in the middle.
Exactly.
And it turns out it is there. What a joke.
And he keeps saying, we directly measured it. We directly measured the radius of the Earth. We directly measured curvature. And you can drive in your car with your phone and directly measure curvature. Just plug it into our program and it'll spit it out.
Well, see, this was a year ago. And that was Soundly's hopes of the Walter Bislin app. Where everyone could just drive in the car and measure the curvature of the Earth. It'd be dead easy to do. It doesn't seem to have worked well for him. No, it's not. I don't think it's hit the market yet. Might still be in development.
Pipe it.
Right, last couple of minutes.
Supposing R, we know what R is.
Yes.
Jessica Kozlowski directly measured it, and anybody else can as well.
Yeah,
anybody else can.
And this is the technique for doing it right here. And maybe, Jesse, that'd be worth showing, you know, in detail. Okay, this, you know, maybe a little 2-minute, 3-minute video. You take this data. Here's the chord. This is how we measure the radius. You know?
Yeah, I could do that. I could
Yeah,
show.
that'd be great, wouldn't it?
Well, anybody can Google that. Is how do you determine the radius of a circle using 3 points that are on that circle? So, and here we have a huge sample of all these points. We could probably do a linear regression of sampling lots and lots of them to come up with a really good approximation of the radius according to the shape of that bridge. Cutting out the spans, only use the level portions. We would get a very good best fit of where the radius is based upon that structure. So, just
awesome, Jesse.
Just need more time to play with these things, but
yeah,
it's fun. It's fun.
It's amazing the tools and the innovation that has happened by Walter and the methods that we've gone about to just demonstrate beyond a shadow of a doubt the Earth is curved. It's so silly to think that we have to do that, and we don't really, but we do it because it's fun. It really is fun. I mean, it's the photography work that I do is really fun. I enjoy it. I'm getting unique photography that no one else has gotten before. Of course, now we have a few people have done it. And
did you hear that?
Yeah.
First of all, he said he goes, we need to know where the radius is. Well, that makes no sense. That's what Jesse just said. Right? Come on.
Listen to him about his photography. This is it. Stanley spent 3 years doing stuff.
We don't.
Nobody else has ever done it.
But we do it because it's fun. It really is fun.
It's fun.
The photography work that I do is really fun. I enjoy it.
Sitting in gems was fun. I bet that was hilarious.
Gotten before. Of course, now we have a few people have done it, and Jesse is pursuing his hobby with geodetic surveying.
He's a hobbyist.
Jesse's doing what? He's pursuing his hobby.
Yeah.
Science.
He's a hobbyist.
Nice.
It's just a hobby now.
Wow, that was a big stuff up. His hobby, huh?
Might have slipped
Just
up
like
and told the
before
truth
when he
right
said-
there.
Yeah, just like before when he said, when you asked him, do you have a code of ethics? And he said, yes, when I'm doing my job. And then he said, yes, I'm here representing the field as an individual. So he's just separated himself from being in his job.
Wow, Paige, good catch there. Yeah.
Yeah, it got me cross when I heard him say that as an individual. So, yeah, you lying bastard. You're trying to make people think you're being in your job when you're not. You're being an individual.
Oh, last 30 seconds.
And so we are having a lot of fun doing it. But at the same time, I think this type of information is something that it's so obvious and so ironclad now, and we've avoided the final hurdle that they like to throw about with the optics. That I really hope that everyone in the stream first will like and subscribe to my channel, and second,
me too.
Yeah, and Jesse's channel, and go to Walter's blog. And
Absolutely.
Walter has a channel as well too, though he doesn't do very much as far as the flat Earth stuff on there.
Okay, well done. Walter doesn't do much flat Earth stuff. Whereas
that only
I
took
suppose
4.5 hours.
Yeah.
That was a long one. I got one picture that Gleam popped into the chat. Oh, I see he joined us. Maybe he wants to talk about it. But let me share my screen now, and just show you this because it's related directly to what we were just looking at. And then we can have a discussion or do whatever we want, call it a night or whatever. We have been going for 4.5 hours, which is awesome. Okay. You guys see my screen?
Yeah.
Yep. Cool. Yeah, so Gleam popped this in chat. Gleam, if you, he's on deafen. So what he said was not his official data, merely showing the perspective lines to a single point, and it only starts to curve halfway. If you'll notice, this line follows the bridge, and then it starts curving. I mean, it follows pretty damn closely here, no curve, and then all the curve starts rapidly right there. And he says, which is the same effect you get on perspective compression, which I think, Bev, you mentioned, And the Globers use this same effect when answering, why does America look twice as big in the two blue marble photos? It's the same thing happening. So that may explain why we get this effect here in this image.
In the blue marble photo? The composite?
You ever seen that where you can zoom in on, like, there's one floating around on somebody's face where you zoom in and out, and it changes the way things look. It compresses certain parts, and
yeah.
I think perspective compression was made up when Mick West went over there to talk to these people about how they actually did it, and the best that they could tell Mick West was that it's perspective compression and it's like looking down a pool cue. Because Mick West went to do it and he bent a pool cue slightly, and got a picture of it to bend, but the bend in his pool cue was at the tip. But the picture of the pool cue that had bend in it went all the way down the shaft. The bend that he'd manufactured by this photographic technique actually puts a bend all the way down the pool cue. I'll try and find it for you.
That'd be interesting.
Yeah. Because I seen it originally on Twitter. I'll put it in the general chat. Just try and find it.
Another thing that happened while we were on was Blue Marble Science said that if you measure A to B and then you measure B to C, it will be different if you add those two lengths together than if you measure from A to C.
Is he saying if it's something he has not done, apparently?
Where's A, B, and C? Where are these points? I mean, are they in
He's
the
talking
middle?
about three coplanar points. And if you measure from A to B,
Three
and then B to
coplanar
C,
points on the vertical.
on the horizontal. Sorry, on three horizontal points on a line.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Three horizontal points on a line, A, B, and C. And if you will get a different total if you add A to B to B to C, if you add those two values up, and then if you measure A to C, the whole length of it, that will be different than the addition of the two segments.
Wow. What's
They
that based
can't
on?
be on the same horizontal plane, right?
Well, I think he's kind of talking about this. Like if I take a flat piece of paper and then take another piece of paper and I cut out a triangle and I stand it vertically on that flat piece of paper, right? So in between A and B, and C is over there on my flat piece, but then I create a new point called D, which is up, right? So I have two planes. They're coplanar, right? I have a horizontal plane and a vertical plane. However, where do you get the arc, Big Blue?
I gotta go, guys.
All right.
I appreciate it. I'll see you later.
Well, we'll have to get him to explain that a little better. I got a completely different interpretation than you did, but maybe that's me.
Coplaning means it's like two planes that are perpendicular to each other, right?
No, coplanar means they are on the same plane.
Not always.
Yes, that's what coplanar means.
But the concept is the same, so we're not going to argue. But I can stand up a piece of paper on another piece of paper as long as they're perpendicular, right? And I have two planes, one horizontal, one vertical.
Yeah.
But there is no arc. Right?
Yeah, but those points wouldn't be coplanar if one was on one plane and one was on the other plane.
But why wouldn't they?
Because coplanar means they are on the same plane.
Does not mean that.
Yes, it does. Go and have a look.
Hey, I'm going to read the definition here. In geometry, a set of points in space are coplanar if there exists a geometric plane that contains them all.
In space, yeah. Not just on one plane, but even in a planar space.
In surveying, they would all be on the same plane because they're all taken on the state plane coordinate system, which is just a horizontal.
Yeah. Sure. Because we don't we're not looking for the zenith angle. You're not looking for angles up to another.
No, we're talking
like
about
the top
plane.
Of a building or
Right.
something.
Yeah, I'm not saying you're wrong.
Is this a hill?
What are you
denial,
talking
Lord?
about, Aaron?
Is this
Yeah,
a
I'm
hill
not saying that
denial?
you're wrong, Aaron. I'm just saying that in the
All I'm saying
context,
is,
it would all be on
all
the same
I'm
plane.
saying is Big Blue has no arc when he brought up the comment to Brandon. That's all. There is no arc still with coplanar.
Oh yeah, yeah, you're right about that.
I think we can all agree on that part. Okay, anything else, Bev?
Yeah, check those two pictures.
Okay.
Initially, on Twitter, I saw that picture, right, of Mick West's pool cue. And I went, Mick, what the hell are you doing with a pool cue that's bent like that? I mean, who would have a pool cue? And he went, no, it's straight. My pool cue's straight. I just slightly bent the pool cue under a concrete block, which he does, right? He's put a little tiny block there, and the pool cue's bent back down on its own weight. But if you look at the curvature that's actually in the pool cue, it goes all the way down to the butt. It's obvious if you look at that perspective compression is a photographic technique that is used to magnify that curve. I mean, look how much curve you could possibly get in a pool cue bending under its own weight. And how far do you reckon you could bend a pool cue? Past that midpoint? Do you reckon you could even forcefully bend a pool cue?
Yeah, that's something.
Yeah.
Interesting. What is this? This is just a little. I'd like to know how high this is. It's like he jammed it up under there.
It's like about 1/8 of an inch. A tiny little piece that has been used. They've used that to tell Mick West how they got the pictures to do that. They've purposely told Mick West that is how they did it. Now, he shouldn't have gone out and said that, because that to me opened it all up. As soon as I saw that, I thought, Mick West has just purposely, he's told everyone how they do it. He's given up their secret for that. Look, the intent was to show how perspective compression magnifies a slight curve. Well, that slight curve in that pool cue has been magnified all the way down the length of the pool cue. Right? There's no way you could get a curve in a pool cue that far unless it was a photographic technique that's been used to show Mick. I thought that'll never come back out again, that pool cue.
This is their rebuttal when we say it looks ridiculous, like the Earth would be tiny that it wraps around. I thought that was their response. This is their response to that, to say, oh, no. It's just when you take a photograph of something, even if it's slightly bending, you're looking down it looks like it's bent to shit.
Much bigger, yeah. Yeah. He's never really answered that question as to what, because as soon as I saw that, I thought, well, if he's managed to magnify a slight curve, which he has, he's magnified it, because there's no way that curve goes that far down that pool cue. No way on Earth. Right? That is obviously a trick. Now, if there is any refraction in a picture, then that picture taken with that technique would magnify the refraction as though it's a curve. So, as we know, talking to Rakia, that's one of the places where you get the most refraction. It's a thin water layer, and it's hot weather, hot air, thin water, hot water, evaporation, massive refraction. And then if you can magnify that massive refraction with a photographic technique that makes bridges look like they're going, little humps make them go massive into steep slopes, then that's a photographic technique. Like Soundly said, there's only him that could do it. It's a brand new technique. They've been tricked. It's a wizard trick.
I just posted a refraction day, typical refraction on the lake in the general. Gonna look.
Got it.
There's also an index of optical activity for the air.
Holy shit. Yeah, so that's some refraction there.
Yeah.
You zoomed all the way out.
I'll show you 5 days later.
Okay. And Divergent Droid says, I'm an avid pool player, and I can tell you if that cube bent like that under its own weight, I'd throw it away. You could never break with such a stick.
Wow.
These are the same humps, Rakia?
Yeah. Just different days.
Look at that shit.
I'm at the same height, but I'm at a different angle. I think I'm a couple hundred yards down. I'm close. I go to the same bench every time. Yeah.
That's pretty impressive.
I have it from the other side too, from the east side, and it bends towards you from that angle when it's refracted. I'll show you that.
This is crazy refraction right here.
Actually,
proximal loop.
At some points, this isn't refraction; it's distortion. At some points,
the Loch Ness Monster Bridge.
So many things, and it flows in and out of different conditions.
Yeah.
The angle of the sun will put a mirror in front of that later. Before, like there was a mirror laying down in front of everything. So the time of the day, angle of the sun, weather conditions, temperature, humidity in the air, all relative.
Y'all see the other side, how it bends towards the east now because of the angle of the viewer.
Wow.
That's about 8 miles.
Same humps there too. Oh, you got another one. This is the other side. Here we go.
Yeah, this is from the South Shore, so it's going to be the same hump about 8 miles away.
Looks like the same tower.
Oh, that's something there.
That's the same hump, just from east side and west side.
Look at that. I mean, how could you trust any of these pictures, especially looking at over the whole length of it?
Even the top and bottom one, the sharpness of the image on the 2 days, the best focus you could get is really different. You can almost see the headlights on the trucks on the top picture, but they're kind of blurry on the bottom one. But that's, again, the air. There's nothing the lens and focusing can do about that. When you're zoomed out, it fades in and out of focus a bit.
What about a solar filter? Would that work?
Polarizing might help too. The solar just knocks down, I think, some of the intensity of the light, like HD filters, basic solar
An
filter.
ND filter would be better, not a solar. ND.
Yeah, they're called neutral density filters. That's
right. You can adjust them as well. That
Yeah,
might
you
help
have,
you out.
you have percent from about 10% all the way up to like 80 and 90% blocking ability. You can choose the value or combine a few to get the value you need.
If Bev is done, you want to show that rock video. It's pretty cool.
Oh yeah, I've seen this one before. Cool. I'll show this.
Polarizing lenses can do an amazing thing. And there's a funny property when it comes to polarizing lenses. When you use 2 in front of a lens in your sensor, it drops the f-stop by 1. When you add a third lens in front of your first 2, it increases your f-stop by 1. No one knows why. It literally amplifies the amount of light getting to your sensor. Quite the mystery. But yeah, no one does polarized lenses and cuts out glare with that. Why bother?
Right through the rock. It does look like you zoom right through that rock. You guys see that in the Discord? Or do I need to change the window?
It's, I've got two flashing
Yeah, I think you gotta
lights.
refresh or something.
Oh, there you go.
There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll start it over. It's a pretty short one. This is the same spot you took the other pictures, Ricky?
Yeah, I'm just closer to the water, but I'm at basically the same angle, same elevation. I'm just closer to the rocks. There's a bench right there, right behind me, about 30 yards, something like that, that I sit on and set my camera up on. That's where I film a lot.
How is it you can zoom through that rock like that? What am I missing?
I think the lens, the top portion of the lens is barely over the rock, so when you zoom in, it captures the info that's above the rock.
You're not that close to it, though, are you?
No, I'm 4 foot, 5 foot from it.
So that rock is still in the way. I don't know. There's something a bit strange going on, isn't there?
I tried to go back and duplicate it and brought my laser level and tried to get the top of the rocks and top of the camera. I couldn't duplicate it, so it might have been just the day. I can't explain it.
We've got Spot On's loft, which is similar, but that's a lot closer to the edge, right? You were like, I don't know. Yours is the only other time I've ever seen that happen, but we have got a similar effect. For showing how you can make things disappear on a flat plane.
Yeah, the only way I explain it is if the top of the lens at a certain zoom is taking in the information, taking in the light.
Yeah, that makes sense, I guess.
But I'm definitely most of the camera is below the rock. Because when you're zoomed out, you can see the rock. The rock is definitely in your way of your view.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Well, do you guys want to do final thoughts, or do you want to? We've been going almost 5 hours now. Do you want to skip it and I'll record the after show if anybody's sticking around?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go and get some kip.
5 more hours. 5 more hours.
I'll give you a good.
No need for final thoughts. I think.
Yeah, I want to cap it
what
off.
are you gonna do?
It's been a good night. That was like the end of us saying that we're done with these people. It's no point us talking to most people. The ones that disagree that level is horizontal, they just say it's curved, but don't ever give you any numbers or anything. It's negativity and arguments that we just don't need to have, because we're not progressing anywhere. We're not getting anywhere talking to these people, so we're going to have to go elsewhere. But we're done with the YouTube curveyors from now on. Not worth talking to them.
That was the best final thought, I think. That wrapped everything up.
All right, I appreciate it, guys. I'll be back and I'll record the after show. Thanks to the entire panel. Thank you, Bev. Thanks to the On the Level crew for coming over and giving that excellent presentation. Yeah, I'll be back.
So I have a question. Does 1 point define a level?
Yeah.
1 point.
Yeah. You can define a level at a point because level is horizontal. It's already defined, isn't it? You only need 1 point to...
When I'm thinking about drawing out a level, right, do I need more than 1 point?
To draw a level?
A horizontal, a perpendicular, a vertical, whatever. Do I need more than 1 point?
You've got a tool, haven't you? If you would have a tool called a level, and you could put the level at that point and then make the tool level, and then you would have a level established at that 1 point. Yes. Yeah, you only need 1 point.
Okay. Could I extend that from both sides of that 4 foot level that's, balancing on that 1 point? If I extend both sides of that 4 foot level out 3 miles on both sides, could I create 2 points there? Just imaginary, but if the level's level and I have a point, could I create a straight line on both sides of that 6 miles out?
Could you with a 4 foot spirit level?
4 foot level, yeah. Construction level, yeah. Framers level.
Well, I doubt it, because nobody would be that silly to go 6 miles with a 4 foot spirit level, would they?
But the level is level at the point that you're saying, Ben. That's why I didn't understand why you said that it only takes 1 point to create.
It does only take 1 point to create a level. Yes.
Ballers will say that's the tangent, right?
How?
They'll say that 1 point is the tangent.
Why?
On a curve.
Why?
That's what they say. I don't know.
Why would they? Why would you bring it up that what they say?
Well, because I was looking more for the fact that what Brandon brought up was like 2 points need to be established.
Why?
You need to create a straight line.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you need more than 1 point to create a plumb line.
Say again. Whatever your name is, sir. I forgot.
I said if you're trying to create a plumb line or a level line, you need more than 1 point. But what Bev is saying is also true. You can establish a level point at 1 point, and then you can take that and extend it out, like you said, on either side as far as you want to go.
Yeah. And so minimum, you need 2 points. Let's just say, because you have to have whether it's physical or imaginary, a line.
Yeah, for a plumb line, you would need at least 2 points.
Would you? You'd just dangle it from 1 point, wouldn't you? And the line would establish the other point, wouldn't it? You just need to put the 1 point.
But that line is a whole bunch of points. So if you take away the line and just put a point at where the plumb bob is,
Yeah, the plumb is the direction that already gives you that line, doesn't it?
Well, I mean, that establishes your vertical, but you need at least 2 points to establish your horizontal on the plumb line.
Which is backing up exactly what the whole show was about, and Bev and everything. So, it was Jesse. Yeah, Jesse was saying was like, well, we can take 1 point and just raise it up after the fact that 2 points have already been established, right? That chord. No, well, that's how they built the bridge. Was just Jesse wasn't there when they built the bridge, but he came in and surveyed it later and added that third point at 23.7 meters.
No. Jesse didn't add the point there. That point was already there on the level span of the bridge. What Jesse did was drew a picture and added a chord and then put an imaginary point that was 28 meters higher. than the other two.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. Yeah, that's what he did.
Yeah.
Added a third point.
He added it. I don't think he didn't add it, did he?
I mean, yeah, the CGI'd it.
He put a number in between it and added a chord with a distance in between the point. I mean, how would you propose to measure that 28-meter hump of water?
Let's get away from the bridge, right? Because it is deceptive, and people.
It's not. No, that's the basis of one of Jesse's models that he's give us. That's the hump model.
When the other guy was talking, when you need 2 points to determine a level, right? Like I can set my theodolite up at 1 point. That's great, but I don't know what is level until I have a guy out
set
there,
your auto level up level.
I can, but not until I know. First of all, that my unit is perfectly level, horizontal, and everything's fine.
You'd have had it calibrated to do that.
Until I go out and set a hub, 300 foot away, then I know, right, that point is level with the point of my machine, right?
No, I don't think you want.
You can call it the benchmark.
No, no, Aaron. Is that Aaron? Right? Is that your name, Aaron?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
You don't need to establish a hub 300 feet away to make sure that your level is level.
How do you confirm it then?
It's a level. It's a tool. It gets calibrated.
Right. You don't need the hub to confirm that your auto level is level. You need the hub to confirm that the line you're making is.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. Just that simple concept there, and no argument, Bev, at all. I'm not arguing. Simple concept of 2 points determine a straight line.
Yeah. Yeah,
both of you guys are right. I think y'all were just talking about two different things.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree that you need 2 points to establish a line, straight line. Straight line is the shortest path between those 2 points.
Yep. And the folks that built that bridge established 2 points, from one side of the lake to the other side, and built a bridge in the straight line. That's what they did, right? They didn't use GPS, like, the water's raised, No.
Yeah. And science as well would say that the water cannot hump up in the middle, wouldn't it? Yeah. It can't be a curvature to the water level.
Can't support itself. That's right. Can't support itself. Especially in the container, right? Called a lake.
The edges of the lake would be the container. The shore.
I might give them an ocean, just to make them giggle, but not
the shore of the ocean would still be the container, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but they're all connected and all the fucking whatever excuse they can come up with.
Right? Yeah, but the elevation that it is above the water level, it ends up being the container for the water, doesn't it? Because the water stays level.
As far as everything we know, it does, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's cool. So if water doesn't hump,
without any
and then the shoreline becomes a container, there's only one logical conclusion from that.
Kind of brought up a point or a bubble in my mind here. I think it was Clear that said it said water can't support itself. That's a great point. So when they're talking about the hump and gravity's pulling everything down, why would you ever have a hump? Ever, right?
Can't. It acts perpendicularly, even what they call gravity acts perpendicularly on the surface, doesn't it? So if that so-called gravity is acting like a plumb bob, and it's acting perpendicularly against the surface, then that surface perpendicular to a plumb bob, vertical, must be horizontal.
Mm-hmm.
So the water surface is horizontal.
That's a given.
Yeah.
And is it Rodney? Rodney?
Yeah.
Do you ever in your training and before you were out in the field or whatever, did you ever learn about water is how we judge horizontal, or did you just learn about sight and straight lines, points, and distance? Did you ever have to learn that water might be curved, so you have to adjust for that or whatever? Yeah.
No, not at all. I mean, just for full disclosure, I mean, all of everything I know I learned in the field. I didn't go to school to be a surveyor. I actually didn't become a surveyor until after I became a flat earther. So, it's the first time I brought up water level being horizontal to a surveyor, and the guy who was training me explained the logic behind it. He was just like, "No, that's not something that we ever considered."
Yeah. The best folks out in the field are the ones that were taught from the feet up. You get in there on the ground, right, and just learn from the best of the best, whatever you're given, right, and there is no schooling. You don't need it. You just learn from the guys that you work with, and when I say no schooling, I mean there's a ton of education going on, right, where you're learning all that. But you don't need to sit in a classroom to learn what these guys can teach you when you're out in the field. Boots on the ground.
Yeah, I mean, hands-on is the best way to learn. It's
practical experience, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the guy who taught me is a good friend, personal friend. He's been a surveyor his whole life, and gave me the opportunity to learn it and taught me everything he knows. And it's, I didn't have I think I'm at an advantage because I didn't have the classroom training, so it's not drilled into my head of what the textbooks say that has to be done. I just know what actually has to be done in reality, not what they say has to be done. And what they say that surveyors do is not actually what we do. Like earlier when he said we take the coordinates and then we convert them. No, we just don't. There's no need to convert them.
What is the purpose, Rodney, that you know of for a geodesic or geodetic surveyor? What is the purpose? Just to reconfirm certain points or something? And sorry,
it's really just an arbitrary distinction. I mean, the only real difference between what they would call a planar surveyor and a geodetic surveyor is just a mileage point. I think it's like, don't quote me on this, but I want to say anything over 7 miles is considered a geodetic survey, and anything under is considered a planar. But it's using the same equipment and the same process, once you cross that arbitrary boundary line. So there's no difference in the techniques or what's done.
Exactly. Still working off the same state plane coordinate system or whatever as well, are you?
Yeah, it's all still working off the state plane.
Yeah.
In which I think that's why they try to use the term localized to make it seem like it's a small area, but the zones on the state plane coordinate system are pretty large.
Like 100 miles square, right? 10 by 10, maybe.
Well, like I know the state I live in Alabama, and we only have 2 zones, east and west, and so the state is pretty much just split down the middle, and each side is a zone. So you're looking at well over 100 miles wide by close to 300 miles long for each zone.
Yeah, so when you just said then 100 miles square, why would you assume that's 10 by 10? I mean, like, surely...
10 miles by 10 miles.
Yeah, but you wouldn't do a project like that, like...
No.
100 miles square could be 100 miles by 1 mile.
Yeah, like I said,
ours is squared, but yeah. But
like I said, our zone's not square; it's rectangular shaped.
Yeah. I say, like, he just said 100 miles squared is a 10 by 10 square, but...
Yeah, I get you, Bev. Let's go a little bit further here. So, how come, Soundly's picture was posted in newspapers? It was actually almost national news, right? Like, here's the curvature, right? And a lot of people saw that. It was promoted, right? And how come the only people to come even try to confirm it or deny it or whatever, at least confirm it because everybody's a Glober, right? What was Jesse? Like, why is that the only dude that came like, yep, I'm going to confirm it? When you have all these folks out there that are students of the geodetic, classrooms, just, did they just immediately, when they saw the photo, be like, yep, that's what we assume. So I don't even have to go to Lake Pontchartrain to catch this great Earth curvature.
No, no, because anyone looking at that with any ounce of sense would say, yeah, that water doesn't hump up 28 meters.
Exactly. That's why nobody else has done it. It's one photo.
Yeah, it's more. It's more you're asking. You should be asking, why did Jesse do it for him? That's what you should be asking.
Exactly.
In my opinion, and this is just my opinion based on the videos I've seen on Jesse's channel that he's posted, that looks like he's on a job site, like actually working. I personally don't think he's a geodetic surveyor. I think he just does construction, stakeout surveying.
Exactly.
Very, very small scale.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't think what they've done is they've played a little word game with geodetic surveying. That is the only surveying,
just so you know, right?
Yeah, geodesic surveying now is the only type of... No. But they've changed the name.
Yeah.
They've changed the name. Surveying now is just that. It's the same thing. There's no different in any surveying.
He admitted it was his hobby.
Ooh.
Yeah, all I meant.
Well, the other guy said it was his hobby.
He's not surveying large tracts of land, is what I mean.
Yeah.
He wouldn't be classified as a geodetic surveyor. He's just doing local, like small construction projects from what I've seen on his videos.
Did you watch the video where he moved his sundial?
No.
Oh, you'd be impressed with that in his garden.
Construction sites that I've watched on his channel.
Paige, you're rough. Your mic is rough.
Yeah, that's really tinny.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Try unplug.
Yeah, I will.
Yeah, Jesse's done a video, I don't know whether it's still up there, where he moved his sundial.
Rodney, even over a flat plane, you can only survey so far due to optics and conditions and, terrain, right? It's not like
you can use differential leveling forever.
And these
you just keep going.
Surveyors think they can be like, well, I have my guy over there 300 miles away sending up a signal back down to me, and I'm showing, a differential of curvature. No, dude. You gotta be kidding me.
No, they don't do that at all.
Exactly.
Yeah, 300 miles is ridiculous. So don't even imagine that they're doing something that they're not doing.
Even 10 miles.
Yeah, even 10 miles. Ridiculous. They're not doing that.
all the, let's say, bronze data points or whatever you call them. What do you call those cast things in stone?
Benchmarks.
Yeah, benchmarks, points.
Benchmarks or monuments, yeah.
We're set there with in close proximity, meaning 300 yards minimum with chains, right? And folks walking through the woods, cutting down trees to get straight lines.
300 yards minimum. What are you talking about? What do you mean?
What I mean is, like, how far could the guys see when you triangulate France?
They don't.
Yeah, he's just talking about the old school methods of the transits and levels and pulling chains.
Yeah.
Which is how all that stuff was done. Earlier when I mentioned that a lot of times my control points are way out in the middle of nowhere, that's the reason why.
Yeah.
Because of the methods they had to use.
Yeah, the benchmarks will all be set and they'll be exact. Like, they will be set. That's why they're set as benchmarks, so people can use them from another point to set off.
But they're mostly set at a distance from the benchmark. You send your buddy out with the chain. He'd be like, "Yep, we're 300 links or whatever, 300 feet," and boom, you set a benchmark. Doesn't matter the elevation yet. It does not quite matter because you're still doing triangles.
I know what you're doing there is two different types of techniques, right? The elevation is established by differential leveling, and triangulation is the points. That is done by triangulation, right? They're two different techniques. One of them will establish the point that you're at on the horizontal plane, and the other one will give you an elevation mark for that point. The two completely different types of techniques of surveying. One of them, the elevation one, the differential leveling, doesn't really bother about distances. You've just got to get an elevation mark from one point to another. The distances you move in between don't really matter. The only thing that matters is the vertical distance from the horizontal set at each transition.
Yeah, I was just speaking about the monuments that have been placed, over most of the Western world. They are within a close range, and I'm not sure. Maybe Rodney or you, Bev, can tell me if they're 300 feet or 600 feet, whatever. But they're not that far apart.
They are. They're wherever they need to be for them to establish whatever type of thing they ever need to do.
Mm-hmm.
They're usually at the top of mountains, so they could be miles away if that's what they want to do for triangulation purposes. But there will normally be a benchmark somewhere around every building site, and thus near every church, every building site, everywhere. They'll be all over the place.
Of course.
Yeah, he's just saying the benchmarks, and he's right. They are just, pretty close proximity because of the limitations of the equipment they used. Pulling chains, you can only have a chain that's so far. So your next point is going to be however long your chain is. To say 300 feet from your previous point. And that's not that's not differential leveling like Bev was talking about. Yeah, you're right. That's how they did it in the old school. That's how all the original points were made, and then all those points have just been collected and put into a big database now to be converted over to latitude and longitude as needed.
Yep. Yeah. With the R value added.
Yeah.
To get the elevation from center. Right?
No.
Genius.
No, you don't get an elevation from center. Ever.
No, I get you. I'm talking about the new school surveyors, programmers, data mine, whatever you get called these guys, right? When if you want to create a globe, you can do it off of a plane. You can just bend both sides of the square down a little bit.
No, you can't. It's a non-developable surface.
In data, you can. Fuck yeah, on a computer, you can. You can just bend them down.
No, you still can't. It's a non-developable surface.
Paige,
aren't you listening?
Listen, I'm not sticking up for
Patient, because you can't go around saying that because it's not true.
That's what they do.
They don't.
No, they don't.
What do they do?
Didn't you see him putting it on a cylinder or a cone?
And they put it on the flattened reference ellipsoid. They don't put it on the globe.
So it never goes onto a sphere. Like, that's not what happens.
The calculations
that's why the globe's
bend those points down, is what I'm saying. Because
but not around not onto a circle.
Points have to reach a middle somewhere called a center. That's what they call the radius, and that's what they tell us. I'm not saying it's true, Paige, but that's kind of what they do.
Yeah, that's what they tell us.
Yeah.
But they're kind of double speaking there too, because they're implying that it's the center of the globe when in fact it's the center of their ellipsoid.
Exactly. Pear-shaped.
Yeah, so there's some dishonesty there, just like how they switch between measured and calculated and pretend they mean the same thing. They switch between models and pretend they mean the same thing.
Yeah, it's the swapping between measurement and calculation that I think a lot of people get stuck on. They hear, oh, we calculated the radius, and they just think that means somebody has actually physically measured it. Or you'll have dickheads like Soundly saying, oh, this guy directly measured it, when he's just explained how he hasn't actually directly measured it.
Yeah, you notice Jesse didn't correct him on that. These ballers don't bother
actually thinking.
Yeah, if you watch most of Jesse's videos, he never actually says anything. He's very clever. He leaves it out there for you, it sort of implies it, so you make your own mind up. He gives you that option for you to make your mind up. So he never really tells you. Yeah.
They don't get any of the karma, the natural throwback from deceiving somebody outright because you've deceived yourself.
Well, he let Soundly do the deception for him in that case because
or they push it onto somebody else.
Yeah, he could have corrected Soundly and be like, "No, I didn't directly measure it. I just calculated it after the fact." But he didn't do that because he knew what Soundly was doing.
It really does make me feel bad for these people who just believe what these guys say. Watch this video, and because Soundly is sounding so confident, they just, oh, okay, he must be right. I'm not as clever as they are, so, they must be right.
Right, I'm going to get off. Good night.
Please believe me. But I'm a bit confused. So let me get this straight. Yes, that's not a triangle, but it is 3 points.
3 coplanar points.
But that may not be straight in a different frame of reference. Straight according to the surface that you're on. What is called straight line distance on the surface are actually curved arcs. But that may not be straight in a different frame of reference. You're abusing here the term straight. You're measuring the angles and then you add them up. They always get more than 180 degrees. And you add up the observed angles, you get more than 180 degrees. Yes, that's not a triangle, but it is 3 points.